Muy buenos días, estimados colegas. Espero que hayan tenido una excelente noche. Por favor, tomen asiento. Vamos a dar inicio a nuestra sesión. Bueno, me complace informarles que la mesa se ha reunido esta mañana para debatir varios asuntos, entre ellos la revisión del calendario de trabajo del comité. Ayer concluimos con éxito los puntos 1 al 5 y completamos todas las decisiones individuales sobre los informes relacionados con la lista de salvaguardia urgente del punto 6A. Esta mañana vamos a continuar con el debate general del punto 6A, antes de adoptar su decisión general. A continuación pasaremos a los puntos 6B y 6C, antes de abrir el punto 7, en el que escucharemos el informe del órgano de evaluación. En la tarde comenzaremos con el examen de las candidaturas individuales de los puntos 7A y 7B, para la lista de salvaguardia urgente y la lista representativa respectivamente. El calendario revisado incluye estos ajustes que están siendo publicados en el sitio web dedicado a la 19Com. Aprovecho también para recordarles que las fotos de la ceremonia de apertura y de nuestra primera jornada ya están disponibles en nuestra página de Flickr, a la que pueden acceder desde la misma página que el calendario de eventos del ciclo de la 19Com. Una vez en la página se hace clic en acceder al álbum de fotos. Dado que tenemos una agenda muy cargada, les ruego de nuevo sean concisos en sus intervenciones. Como les dije ayer, es un ejercicio de precisión, de ir al grano, de decir lo que hay que decir. Volvamos entonces ahora al punto 6A. Podemos empezar con el debate general sobre este punto. Si alguien quiere tomar la palabra. Podemos pasar a la decisión. A la decisión general, por favor, consulten la propuesta de decisión del párrafo 19. Podemos verla proyectada en pantalla. Puedo pedir al comité que adoptemos esta decisión 19,6A tal y como aparece en pantallas. ¿Podemos adoptarlo en su totalidad? No veo ninguna objeción. Proyecto de decisión 19,6A adoptado. Pasemos ahora al ítem 6B, que se refiere al ejercicio de informes periódicos en África. Señora secretaria, tiene la palabra para presentarnos este punto. Adelante.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, dear committee members, observers. Good morning. So under this item, the committee will see the results of the periodic reporting exercise undertaken in Africa. And this is the continuation of a success story of our convention that had started 3 cycles ago. Periodic reporting is one of the obligations of states parties. A report to the committee should detail the legislative, regulatory, and other measures taken for the implementation of the convention at the national level. This report should also include updated information on the current status of the elements inscribed on the representative list in the country. The Convention's reporting system has been reformed to follow a submission calendar based on a regional cycle, and this time it is the turn of Africa. 44 states parties in Africa submitted their reports, meaning the region has achieved 100% submission rate. With the submission of 44 reports on the Indeed. With the submission of 44 reports on the implementation of the Convention and on the status of 46 elements inscribed on the representative list, a large and rich amount of data and information was generated, and this has been analyzed. With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to ask my colleague, Ana Gonzalez, to provide some more information on the support provided to the region.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Fumiko. Extensive capacity building and peer learning activities have been organized to accompany country focal points throughout the reporting process. These activities included online training sessions and a 5-day in-person workshop, which took place in Algeria, from 25 to 29 April 2023. Furthermore, UNESCO implemented the project Strengthening Capacities for Periodic Reporting under the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage in Africa. The project enabled to scale up the capacity building approach through the organization of 17 workshops of both national and sub-regional scope, reaching 22 countries and 420 participants. Following the submission, a collaborative research team was established to treat the voluminous information received and analyze it in terms of 26 indicators under the overall results framework of the Convention. The resulting analytical overview highlights key trends, challenges, and opportunities related to safeguarding living heritage in Africa, as presented to this session of the committee. The near totality of the reporting countries in Africa reported to have designated at least one competent body for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. 27 reporting countries have highlighted the crucial role that local languages play in safeguarding living heritage, including within formal education settings. Traditional courts and festivals prominently emerge throughout the reports as privileged platforms for encouraging respectful community living, dialogue, social stability, and mutual understanding. The research will continue, and an in-depth analytical report will be presented to the committee at its 20th session next year. I am passing back the floor to Fumiko. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. According to Article 29 of the Convention, once the reports are examined by this session of the committee, a summary of these reports shall be submitted to the General Assembly, and then it would also be then forwarded to the General Conference of UNESCO. On behalf of the Secretariat, I would very much like to congratulate the submitting states in Africa and also to thank them for the engagements and wonderful cooperation that we have had over this cycle. A short clip has been prepared presenting the testimonies of some of the country focal points for periodic reporting and facilitators from the UNESCO Global Capacity Building Program that accompany this exercise. The extensive capacity building approach provided towards Africa was made possible thanks to the support of multiple partners, notably the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and also Brazil, as well as the engagement of the Regional Center for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage in Africa, CRESPIAF. Please allow us to play a short clip so that you can hear the voices of country focal points who benefited from such support. Go ahead.
Periodic reporting is an important obligation of states parties to the 2003 Convention. Africa responded to this challenge with enthusiasm and engagement, achieving a 100% submission rate from all 44 states parties in the region.
L'élaboration du rapport périodique a été possible grâce à l'implication et aux efforts des communautés à la base, des personnes ressources, des associations, des différentes directions de la culture et des différents ministères impliqués dans le rapport périodique.
Nous pouvons dire que la rédaction du rapport périodique a été une grande aventure, à la fois humaine et professionnelle, qui nous a permis, dans un contact avec de nombreux acteurs du PCI, avec des rencontres, des ateliers, les échanges via WhatsApp, mail, téléphone, etc.
And the synergy and collective effort among various stakeholders, being the local community, the non-governmental organizations, the government bodies, and other elements of civil society showed to be bearing fruits as each group brought unique insights, priorities, and expertise.
The preparation of periodic report also showed us the gap in the implementation process of the convention, the necessity of regular discussion, networking, and strong collaboration among various stakeholders for the safeguarding of ICH.
Going forward, I would actually ask focal points to collaborate with every agency in the ICH field and in other sectors so that they can produce a good report at the end of the day. I envisage a continent that is actively concerned about ICH and a continent that would take this process very serious so that we can use it as a platform to create synergies among the different sectors of the economy.
UNESCO's capacity building approach for the periodic reporting exercise in Africa was implemented with the participation of the national focal points for periodic reporting and the facilitators of the 2003 Convention.
Gracias, Ana y Fumiko. Quisiera aplaudir a los Estados partes del África por su sólido compromiso, su espíritu de cooperación, sobre todo el compromiso con la transparencia en la rendición de cuentas al presentar estos informes. Quisiera dar la palabra a la representante de Angola para intervenir en nombre de los países del África. Adelante, embajadora.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, chers membres du comité. C'est avec grand honneur que je reprends la parole pour aborder le point 6B de notre ordre du jour. Le rapport sur la mise en œuvre de la Convention pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel dans la région africaine. Nous voudrons tout d'abord exprimer nos remerciements au secrétariat pour le travail réalisé dans l'élaboration de la présentation de ce rapport détaillé et complet. Ce document reflète non seulement le progrès significatif accompli, mais met également en lumière les défis et opportunités qui continuent de définir les efforts de sauvegarde dans la région. Le rapport met en évidence des avancées importantes tels que la création de 71 inventaires de patrimoine culturel et matériel dans 37 pays, qui reflètent la diversité culturelle et contribuent à la transmission et à la sauvegarde d'éléments fondamentaux pour les communautés locales. Il souligne également l'intégration d'éléments culturels dans les systèmes éducatifs et les efforts pour impliquer les jeunes, un groupe essentiel à la durabilité du patrimoine culturel et matériel. Cependant, il est clair qu'il reste encore beaucoup à faire. La représentation des éléments africains dans la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel et matériel de l'humanité reste limitée, correspondant à seulement 8% des éléments inscrits. C'est pourquoi nous recommandons au secrétariat de continuer à travailler sans cesse pour augmenter la représentation des pays africains non représentés ou sous-représentés, promouvant non seulement la diversité culturelle mondiale, mais aussi en reconnaissant la richesse inestimable du patrimoine culturel africain. En outre, il est indispensable de maintenir et, si possible, de renforcer les initiatives de renforcement des capacités qui ont été fondamentales pour les progrès rapportés. Les sessions de formation, comme celles mentionnées dans le rapport, ont joué un rôle crucial dans la formation des points focaux nationaux et dans le soutien aux communautés locales. La continuité de ces activités est essentielle pour relever les défis identifiés tels que la limitation des ressources et la difficulté d'engagement dans les régions éloignées. Enfin, nous souhaitons réitérer notre soutien et notre reconnaissance au secrétariat pour son engagement à garantir la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel et matériel en Afrique. Les efforts réalisés jusqu'à présent sont remarquables et fournissent une base solide pour avancer ensemble dans la promotion, la sauvegarde et la valorisation du patrimoine culturel. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias, Excelencias. Si algún miembro del comité desea hacer uso de la palabra, Argelia, adelante, tiene la palabra.
Bonjour tout le monde. Madame la Présidente, la délégation algérienne prend note avec satisfaction du document relatif à l'examen des rapports périodiques régionaux portant sur la mise en œuvre de la Convention ainsi que sur l'état des éléments inscrits sur la liste représentative du PCI en Afrique. Ce rapport met en avant l'engagement des États parties africains en faveur de la sauvegarde de leur patrimoine culturel et matériel. Il souligne cependant des défis persistants, des ressources humaines et financières insuffisantes, des délais souvent trop courts pour une compréhension et une mise en œuvre optimale du processus de rapport, ainsi qu'un accès limité à des données pertinentes et prêtes à l'analyse. À ce titre, nous saluons les initiatives visant à renforcer les capacités des points focaux nationaux dont le rôle est crucial dans l'élaboration des rapports périodiques qui, en plus d'être des instruments d'autosurveillance, constituent une ressource précieuse pour l'organe d'évaluation dans le cadre de l'examen des dossiers de candidature. La délégation algérienne souhaite à ce titre mettre l'accent sur le rôle que pourrait jouer le CRESPIAF à Alger en matière de renforcement des capacités à l'échelle africaine de documentation, d'identification et d'inventaire du patrimoine culturel et matériel à travers une coopération inclusive qui favorise les synergies entre praticiens, experts et institutions culturel. La décision du gouvernement algérien de réviser le statut de cet important centre émane justement de sa volonté de consolider son rôle et sa capacité à répondre aux besoins spécifiques des États africains. Désormais, doté du statut d'établissement public à caractère scientifique et technologique, le CRISPIAF accompagne les politiques nationales de sauvegarde. Le centre dont nous nous réjouissons de la reconduction de son statut de centre de catégorie 2 pour une durée de 8 ans lors de la 220e session du Conseil exécutif de l'UNESCO s'affiche comme un allié incontournable des États de l'UNESCO et du secrétariat de la Convention de 2003 pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel et matériel. Dans cet esprit, notre pays compte sur l'implication de l'ensemble des parties prenantes pour soutenir des initiatives similaires. Une mobilisation collective est en effet indispensable pour préserver et valoriser notre patrimoine culturel et matériel commun, particulièrement en Afrique, berceau de l'humanité et des civilisations. Enfin, l'Algérie salue l'initiative du secrétariat concernant le projet de décision visant à soumettre à l'occasion de la 11e session de l'Assemblée générale un résumé des rapports des États parties sur la mise en œuvre de la Convention et sur l'état des éléments inscrits sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Gracias, Excelencia. Usted ha puesto un punto muy interesante que es la necesidad y la importancia de los puntos focales nacionales y el rol fundamental de estos en la apropiación de los principios de la Convención. Y en ese sentido, la necesidad de desarrollar capacidades y dominio para seguir avanzando en nuestros países. Tiene la palabra Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Your Excellencies, distinguished members and colleagues, the United Arab Emirates expresses its appreciation to the Secretariat for the comprehensive report on the regional cycle of periodic reporting for Africa, which provides valuable insights into the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage across the continent. We have taken note that the report highlights both the commitment of African states parties to the 2003 Convention and the significant achievements made through capacity-building initiatives, particularly those that facilitate community engagement and strengthen safeguarding measures. The report also draws attention to ongoing challenges, including the need for resources, improved data accessibility, and increased youth engagement, which is essential for the future viability of intangible cultural heritage. The UAE appreciates UNESCO's continued support in these critical areas and encourages enhanced international cooperation to address these needs to ensure, as well as to ensure increased representation of African intangible cultural heritage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Tiene la palabra Ucrania.
Muchas gracias. Distinguida señora presidenta, distinguido señor director general adjunto, excelencias, distinguidos colegas, agradecemos a la Secretaría para el informe. Nosotros consideramos importantes las actividades de la Secretaría para apoyar los esfuerzos encaminados a salvaguardar el patrimonio cultural inmaterial en África. Es muy importante de apoyar el patrimonio cultural de África, de prestar asistencia a los países africanos para la protección del patrimonio cultural inmaterial y de aumentar la presencia de elementos de dicho patrimonio en la lista representativa del patrimonio inmaterial de la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Ucrania. Tiene la palabra Etiopía. China. Después.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Ethiopia associates itself with a statement delivered by Angola on behalf of African state parties. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for submitting the report, and also thank and congratulate all state parties, African state parties, for submitting their periodic reporting on the implementation of the Convention and the status of elements inscribed on the representative list. Previous periodic reports shed light on tasks accomplished in terms of safeguarding our intangible cultural heritage. In this regard, please allow me to thank UNESCO for its unreserved support in the field of capacity building and awareness raising programs. Ethiopia participated in the capacity building training workshops in Algiers, which played a fundamental role in the preparation and submission of periodic reports. Such capacity building training programs at the national level helps experts to share and expand their experience into the regions, communities, universities, which further inspire them to work on inventory, research, and safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage elements. Having completed the first national inventory at the national level on the intangible cultural heritage elements, the relevant authority in Ethiopia, which is the Ethiopian Heritage Authority, has started a periodic updating inventory program with selected elements based on the 2003 Convention. Currently, the focus is on the elements inscribed on UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Studies are being carried out to identify changes or threats in the vitality of the element. Let me conclude by once again emphasizing the critical importance of the capacity building training and thanking all the countries that have made it possible. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, Etiopía. Tiene la palabra China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of China would like to congratulate all 44 state parties in Africa that have submitted their periodic reports and appreciate their great efforts to complete this reporting exercise. It clearly shows a great commitment to safeguard ICH from state parties, communities, and other actors in this region. From the quantitative and qualitative analysis conducted for the reports from Africa, we also see valuable findings closely related to UNESCO's Priority Africa strategy, which provide a solid foundation for further collaboration and action to ensure the viability of Africa's rich intangible cultural heritage. We would also like to highlight the collaborative effort made by different partners, particularly in the field of capacity building. We commend the Secretariat for its implementation of capacity building activities, the generous support provided by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Brazil, as well as the engagement of the Category 2 Center in Africa. Without the collaboration and synergy from among all parties involved, it is impossible to achieve a 100% submission rate in this region. 4 years of implementation of the regional system of periodic reporting improve that capacity building has been and will continue to be the vital tool, not only for improving the submission rate of reports, but also in promoting sustainable safeguarding practices and facilitating knowledge sharing and peer-to-peer learning between state parties. In this regard, we encourage the Secretariat to analyze carefully the challenges that have been already identified through the reporting exercise and have been reiterated by state parties, and to strengthen the multimodal capacity building strategies in collaboration with Category 2 centers, facilitators, and relevant experts. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, China. Tengo a Haití y Mauritania y quisiera cerrar en ese punto para pasar luego al proyecto de decisión. Haití tiene la palabra.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La délégation d'Haïti félicite les 44 États partis africains à la Convention pour leur taux de participation de 100% dans ce cycle de rapports périodiques. Une étape majeure qui illustre leur engagement exemplaire envers la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Ce succès reflète également l'efficacité des initiatives de renforcement des capacités menées par le secrétariat et ses partenaires. Ce résultat contribue directement à l'objectif visant à renforcer la représentation géographique sur les listes de la Convention, un enjeu crucial pour l'Afrique encore sous-représentée. Ces efforts témoignent d'une vision claire de transmission et de pérennité du patrimoine vivant en s'alignant pleinement sur la priorité globale de l'UNESCO pour l'Afrique. Nous saluons particulièrement les initiatives des États parties pour intégrer les langues locales, impliquer activement les communautés et mobiliser les jeunes et les femmes, des actions essentielles pour assurer la transmission intergénérationnelle. Afin d'engager davantage la jeunesse, nous encourageons la mobilisation des programmes tels que l'utilisation des médias sociaux et des plateformes numériques pour rendre le patrimoine culturel immatériel plus accessible et pertinent pour les jeunes générations. Ces outils permettent une large diffusion tout en respectant les principes éthiques de la Convention. Haïti salue ces avancées et appelle à la poursuite des mécanismes de soutien régionaux, notamment à travers des investissements dans le renforcement des capacités à un accès élargi au fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Ces actions garantiront des résultats durables et renforceront les efforts collectifs visant à préserver le patrimoine immatériel en Afrique. Je vous en remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Muchas gracias, Haití. Antes de dar la palabra a Mauritania, quisiera saludar la presencia del querido embajador Miquel Iceta de la Delegación de España y recordar y agradecer que gracias al Reino de España contamos con la interpretación en español. Bienvenido, embajador. Tiene la palabra Mauritania. Adelante, embajadora.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je ne serai pas longue parce que je sais que vous n'avez pas beaucoup de temps et je comprends parfaitement. La Mauritanie souscrit à la déclaration faite par l'ambassadrice de l'Angola au nom du groupe Afrique et exprime ses vifs remerciements au secrétariat pour ce rapport exhaustif. La Mauritanie se félicite également des appuis octroyés en matière de renforcement des capacités de sauvegarde du PCI en Afrique et appelle à doter plus les pays africains de l'expertise en matière de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel en renforçant encore davantage les ateliers de formation sur l'élaboration des plans de sauvegarde du PCI en vue de mieux développer leur politique et stratégie nationale de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Gracias, Excelencia. Pasemos entonces al proyecto de decisión 19.6b y les propongo que lo adoptemos en su conjunto. No veo ninguna objeción. Uganda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda would like to extend its appreciation still to UNESCO for the capacity building support extended to the state parties to complete the periodic reporting. I would like to say that Uganda benefited from the training of the focal points, and because of that, we now see the outcome of the capacity building activities. 100% submission rate, Madam Chairperson, of the 44 African states shows us the value that cannot now be overestimated. Chair, yesterday I had asked a question to find out the experiences of other African states on the digital periodic reporting, and today I'm happy to have seen a video showing that there was excellent collaboration between all the participants in the development of the report, and that's the way to go. Chair, the role of the facilitators, experts, helped the state parties to clarify on a number of areas that were not clear in the digital reporting, and that's why many African states were able to deliver on time. For Uganda, we continue, Madam Chair, to reiterate our commitment to learn from some of these facilitators, and we look forward to better collaboration and the development of quality reports. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Uganda. En efecto, el rol de los facilitadores es esencial en este proceso. Quisiera pasar entonces ahora al proyecto de decisión y propongo que lo aprobemos en su conjunto. No veo ninguna objeción. Proyecto de decisión 19,6B. Aprobado. Pasemos ahora al punto 6C. Actualización sobre los ciclos regionales de informes periódicos de la Convención. Señora Secretaria, tiene la palabra para presentarnos este punto.
Thank you very much, Chair. So moving on, this item 6C is nicknamed amongst us cycle management item for periodic reporting because the first part of the document explains how the periodic reporting goes through phases and also gives an update for each region. You will see that for Latin America and Caribbean, as well as for Europe, the first cycle of reporting that they have gone through the exercise first. And for these two regions, both the analytical overview and analytical report have been examined by the committee. So let's say for these two regions, the first cycle has been completed. The third region to go through the exercise was the Arab region. And last year, the committee examined the analytical overview, while an analytical report is presented to this session of the committee as an information document in 6C. As to Africa, the committee had just examined the analytical overview of reports submitted by all the states parties in the region, which means the analytical report, the more in-depth report, will be presented to the committee next year. And under the 2025 cycle then, 42 states parties from Asia and Pacific are getting ready to submit their reports by the 15th of December, which is very soon. And once again, an extensive range of capacity building, peer learning, and follow-up activities have been taking place for this region in 2024 to support country focal points throughout the reporting exercise. And these activities for the ASPAC region were implemented by UNESCO thanks to the generous support of the International Training Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, CRIHAP, and International Information and Networking Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, ISHCAP. These are two Category 2 centers under the auspices of UNESCO. And finally, the cycle is foreseen to end with a reflection year in 2026. The second part of the document gives an update on the move towards a single global submission system of periodic reporting as proposed by the last year's committee session. This means that all periodic reports will be submitted on 30 June, starting in 2027, and every 4 years thereafter. And the new system would cover all listing mechanisms of the Convention, which are currently reported on different schedules. The rationalization is in line with the recommendations of the 2023 IOS evaluation about the periodic reporting mechanisms of the culture sector, and the intention is to facilitate the preparation of the quadrennial global report on culture policies as part of the Mondial Cult 2022 declaration. So earlier this year, the 10GA in June took note of this IOS evaluation and encouraged this rationalization, which was also endorsed by the Botswana Committee. and this also in line with Executive Board Decision 219 session item 13. And as part of the transitional measures then, because we are moving to a new system, that would be to support the first edition of the global report, as I've just said. Actually, the Secretariat invited states party in the Asian Pacific region to please submit their reports, even if it is partial, by 15 June this year, to be able to start analyzing the information already for the Mondiacult first report to come out in 2025 already. And I'm very thankful that 24 out of 42 states parties in the region, which represents to 57%, responded to this invitation and submitted their early version of the reports ahead of the statutory deadline of 15 December. So this session of the committee at the 19th COM in Asunción will examine the main progress to date and also the future plans regarding the move towards a single global submission system and the related methodology and use of data. And annex of document 6C presents some more details as to how that we go about, and this is also in line with Executive Board 219 sessions decision 11. As far as the 2003 Convention is concerned, this means the simplification of the reporting forms, ICH 10 and 11, so that we are not going to collect kind of similar information. We need to look amongst other forms, but also need to look at other conventions forms, and we need to start thinking about a joint capacity building approach. And one thing that we are trying to complete is, for example, an online course on overall results framework that is being supported by the ISHCAP Category 2 Center. And also, of course, to develop a common reporting platform is very important. So the cultural sector is spearheading this cultural data portal initiative to facilitate the submission of reports by states parties, which would also allow the visualization of data in a more fluid manner. The roadmap with a timeline for this rationalization is given in Annex 6C, and this is an updated version of what was already examined by the Botswana Committee 18COM. In the end, this rationalization will mean that the General Assembly would need to amend operational directives, and that could happen in the next session, 11th session in mid-2026. So this is just an overview, quite quickly, of something that is going to take place. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko. Ahora procedo a abrir el micrófono si alguien desea tomar la palabra sobre el punto. India tiene la palabra. Adelante, Excelencia.
Thank you, Chair, for giving the floor to India. India acknowledges the importance of the periodic reporting mechanism in assessing and strengthening the implementation of the 2003 Convention globally. We appreciate the Secretariat's efforts in supporting states parties and facilitating capacity building initiatives that ensure this process remains inclusive and impactful. In this context, India was pleased to host a capacity building workshop on periodic reporting from 22nd to 24th May 2024 at the Sangeet Natak Academy, our nodal agency for intangible cultural heritage, in collaboration with UNESCO's New Delhi Regional Office. The workshop provided cultural experts and consultants with practical insights into results-based monitoring, thematic areas, and indicators that structure periodic reports. It further emphasized the participatory role of communities and stakeholders in the reporting process. India partially submitted its periodic report in alignment with Secretariat's directives to contribute to the agenda of Mondiacult 2022 and actively participated in the final online follow-up session for periodic reporting in the Asia-Pacific region in October 2024. We commend the progress towards rationalizing reporting cycles to align with the broader goals of the Mondiacult Declaration. India fully supports the transition to a single global submission system, which will enhance coherence across UNESCO's cultural conventions while preserving their unique characteristics. We look forward to continuing our engagement in this critical mechanism and sharing best practices to promote the safeguarding of living heritage worldwide. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, India. Malasia tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all the member states who submitted the periodic reports on time. Malaysia notes that the preparation of periodic reports should go through a four-phase process over a period of 4 years. Malaysia is concerned that the comparatively short period of a year and a half to prepare a periodic report for the Asia-Pacific region creates difficulties for nations who have never gone through the process of submitting a periodic report before. The format of the report includes many thematic areas coupled with core indicators that require inputs from multiple stakeholders of the member state. Thank you to the facilitator and secretariat for the Asia-Pacific region and the Secretariat of UNESCO in providing ongoing and relevant support to state parties with their periodic reporting process through capacity buildings and continuous activities. With their guidance, Malaysia was able to successfully submit the first draft of the periodic report before 15 June 2024 in order to contribute to the first edition of the Global Report on Cultural Policies. For countries who face difficulty in preparing the periodic reports, we encourage and support your efforts and hope that you will submit the report before 15 December 2024. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reformed periodic reporting mechanism has been proved a great success. The high submission rates bear testimony to the commitment and the laborious effort of states parties and the effectiveness of the capacity building efforts. Aligned with the overall results framework of the Convention, the periodic reporting has provided meaningful information and data on the status of the implementation of the Convention at the national, regional, and international levels, facilitating the sharing of approaches, methods, and good examples that have demonstrated their effectiveness, and served as a key tool for states parties to regularly take stock of our achievements and to redefine national priorities for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. With respect to the plan towards the single global submission system, it is indeed hard work with many challenges, but we believe that with the collaboration and commitment of all parties, the goal set by the Mondial Code 2022 declaration will be achieved. China appreciates the efforts made by the Secretariat to the adjustment of the roadmap and support the Secretariat to push forward the simplification of reporting forms, the creation of a common reporting platform, capacity building, and all the necessary means to achieve the objective. Thank you.
Gracias, China. Tiene la palabra Francia.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour toutes les informations communiquées, que ce soit dans le document ou à l'instant à l'oral. À ce stade, nous aurions besoin d'éclaircissements sur 2 points. Le premier point concerne le calendrier proposé pour rationaliser les cycles de soumission des rapports périodiques qui est publié en annexe du document. La feuille de route actualisée prévoit que le comité examine lors de sa prochaine session en 2025 des projets d'amendement aux directives opérationnelles. Ce qui concernerait, si nous comprenons bien, le chapitre 5, paragraphes 151 à 169 des directives opérationnelles. D'après cette même feuille de route, une année de réflexion pour discuter notamment de la simplification des formulaires de rapports périodiques est planifiée pour 2026. Par conséquent, nous constatons avec étonnement que le lancement de la révision des directives opérationnelles précède l'année de réflexion. Venant clôturer ce cycle en cours des rapports périodiques, l'année de réflexion devrait pourtant servir, selon nous, à l'identification de leçons apprises et à la simplification des formulaires. Nous nous interrogeons donc sur l'articulation entre ces deux temps. Le secrétariat pourrait-il nous préciser comment il compte engager dès 2025 une révision des directives opérationnelles avant même la consultation prévue pour la simplification des formulaires en 2026. Le second point sur lequel nous souhaiterions des éléments complémentaires concerne les rapports sur les éléments inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente. Actuellement, ces rapports sont synchronisés sur l'année d'inscription. Le calendrier pour le passage au système unique de soumission prévoit donc la soumission des rapports fin 2027. Des mesures transitoires ont-elles d'ores et déjà été étudiées pour les 26 éléments faisant l'objet normalement d'un rapport en 2025 et les 19 éléments pour lesquels un rapport devra être soumis en 2026. Je vous remercie.
Gracias, Francia. Fumiko tiene la palabra para responder a Francia. Doy la palabra primero a Eslovaquia y después respondemos. Adelante, embajadora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for the information provided regarding reporting cycles and the suggested mechanism for submitting the global report. We fully support the question just raised by France as to the timeline for preparing the amendments to the operational directives. Among the proposed options of reporting to the governing bodies of the Convention, which are proposed in paragraph 17, we consider option 2, which suggests splitting the evaluation of reports over 2 years, a more feasible one, as we consider it is important to have also access to background information. However, we would like to ask the Secretariat which option they consider as more feasible in relation to the workload associated with reporting. Thank you very much.
6 factors and so on. So we try to align, ask questions diligently to be able to understand the effectiveness of the implementation of the conventions at different levels, but across different areas. But now all state parties are saying, all regions are saying it has been quite cumbersome while they made all efforts to submit. This is an area that we could work on. So our idea indeed is to ask region by region more precise information by organizing meetings and so on, and somehow collect information during the reflection year to try to come up with a next version. But we believe that this exercise of simplification can be done in parallel to the revisions of the operation directives that is more about the submission timing, and it's not about the content of the form. And we need to do the two things in parallel, otherwise we won't be able to service actually the production of the global report from the 2029 onwards and so on. That is why we have proposed that operation directives could already be looked at by the next session of the General Assembly. That is one. And there was a question about then what to do with the USL-related reporting. Indeed, currently, in fact, this periodic reporting has the urgent safeguarding list part, which is covered by ICH Form 10, and then the representative list for states parties that is covered by ICH Form 11, but also there is just the 2 elements that need to be reported by states not yet party to the convention. So there are 3 sort of categories of reporting that needs to look after, we need to look after, and then this global move to the global single submission system is to bring all of them to a single submission point. So obviously for the USL related one, there will also be a kind of a transitional phase, meaning some states that did reporting quite recently for the USL would have to perhaps report again or in a lighter way, and then somehow the cycle would kick in more neatly to to see that everything would start coming in a regular manner. So there is a little transition, maybe one cycle for us to be able to catch up. And in terms then also of our reporting to the governing bodies, the last question by the distinguished delegate of the Slovakia, indeed, it is a challenge for us because it's not only about aligning the capacity building approach for all regions, but also it is about data management of data receptions, cleaning the data, sort of analyzing them. All of that needs to be done. It's a very, very large volume of information that we need to manage. And for this reason, we believe that perhaps dividing the reporting into 2 sessions of the committee would be more meaningful, both for the submitting states, for the secretariat, but mostly for the committee. And I hope this is answering to all the questions. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Fumiko. Realmente es un desafío armonizar un sistema complejo de informes el que queda por delante. Propongo que vayamos al documento, si me permiten, si no hay otro comentario. Pasemos a la decisión. Si podemos tenerlo en pantalla, por favor. Proyecto de decisión 19,6C que propongo que lo aprobemos en su conjunto. Si no hay ninguna objeción, procedemos a aprobarlo. Proyecto de decisión 19,6C aprobado. Quiero anunciar que los organizadores de la Coordinación Nacional nos dicen que al terminar la reunión de esta mañana tenemos unos bolsos de la sesión que están a disposición en el mostrador del registro donde deben presentar sus badges y bueno, pues les será entregado. Muchas gracias. Pasamos ahora al punto 7, informe del órgano de evaluación sobre su trabajo. Este es uno de los puntos de principal interés para las partes interesadas de la Convención en todo el mundo. Las comunidades involucradas en las candidaturas de este año aguardan con impaciencia las decisiones del comité. Tengo entendido que este es el primer ciclo de presentación de candidaturas tras la reflexión mundial sobre los mecanismos de listado de la Convención. Quiero dar las gracias en ese sentido a los estados que han presentado candidaturas y a los órganos rectores de la Convención que han hecho realidad la visión de la reflexión global. Veo que el presidente del órgano de evaluación, el señor Kirsian Ji de Singapur, su vicepresidenta, la señora Evrin Osunel de Turquía, la relatora, la señora Barbara Babwichira Mutambi de la Cross Cultural Foundation de Uganda, se han unido a nosotros en el podio. Yes. Quiero transmitir además una propuesta de la embajadora de Alemania a los miembros del comité de, al final de la mañana de la sesión, poder sacarnos una foto en el lugar donde están las banderas para así tener un recuerdo gráfico de nuestro encuentro en Paraguay, de la reunión en Paraguay. Así que si alguien puede tomar nota y al finalizar la sesión de hoy nos juntamos en el podio de las banderas. Bueno, damos la bienvenida a los miembros del órgano evaluador. La señora secretaria tiene la palabra para presentarnos este punto. Fumiko, adelante.
It is my pleasure to present item 7. The evaluation body for the 2024 cycle was established by the committee at its 18th session last year. As with the previous years, the evaluation body was once again asked to evaluate a high number of files, 66 files in total, that are presented to the committee this session. The Secretariat appreciates the evaluation body members' efforts and dedication to their work. This session of the committee is tasked to evaluate 2 nominations to the urgent safeguarding list that are examined under item 7A, 53 nominations to the representative list that are examined under item 7B, 3 transfer requests that are examined under item 7C, and 3 proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices that are examined under item 7D. Let me propose how to organize your discussion of this item 7 and its sub-item so as to facilitate the smooth conduct of the debates. To begin with, the rapporteur of the evaluation body, Ms. Barbara Mutambi, will present a brief oral report on the work of the 2024 evaluation body and key cross-cutting issues identified in this cycle. Then committee will suspend item 7 and proceed to evaluate all individual files one by one. As per decision 18-17 taken last year, nominations will be examined in English alphabetical order, starting with the files of states whose names begin with the letter P, P for Paraguay, under each mechanism. This means that examination of the urgent safeguarding list will start with the nomination submitted by Botswana. The examination of the representative list will start with the nomination submitted by Paraguay. Then the examination of extensions are grouped together, starting with the nomination from Spain and Italy. The examination of the transfer requests concerns 3 requests, all submitted by China. The examination of the Register of Good Safeguarding list will start with the proposals submitted by Slovakia. A tentative schedule with estimated time slots has been made available under item 7 on the webpage of this session. This document is called the Order of Files, and in case any changes are needed, the revisions to the schedule will be discussed by the Bureau of the Committee. The revised Order of Files is updated as needed and published under item 7. Once again, under item 7, the screens are showing where to find this document. And following the Bureau meeting this morning, this Order of File is being republished. The general debate will then take place after you have evaluated all individual files, and at which point you will move to the adoption of the overall decision Chapeau 19-7. Committee members wishing to discuss or amend specific draft decisions or nominations are invited to send them to the Secretariat as soon as possible using the amendment form available online. I would like to take this opportunity to inform the committee that the Secretariat has received amendments on the nomination submitted by Kazakhstan, and this is Betasha, traditional wedding ritual. The amendment received has been circulated in the language received to all members of the committee through the mailing list established for this purpose. Allow me to explain then how individual nomination would be handled in terms of time management based on past experiences. These aspects were covered in the circular message sent on 14th of November to the states parties to the convention. The provisional timetable foresees 4 sessions, which is about 12 or 13 hours for nomination-related items. The evaluation body has been asked to speak for up to 3 or 4 minutes per nomination and highlight noteworthy aspects from the file. After the adoption of the decision, the submitting state will have a total of 5 minutes to deliver a statement, a performance, or to show a video clip or combination of all. As was the case last year, the Secretariat will also attempt to facilitate a direct video link to communities or the representatives of the nominations where possible, so that your communities and representatives back home can also join to celebrate the inscriptions with the plenary. Finally, as a new initiative, the Secretariat is organizing 3 ceremonies to hand over certificates to representatives of submitting states to recognize the inscriptions of the nominations on the lists of the convention. These ceremonies will be held in the plenary room during the lunch break from 1:15 to 2:15. This is the standard side event time slot on Wednesday, 4 December, Thursday, 5th December, and Friday, 6th December. Those states wishing to receive their certificate were kindly requested to inform the Secretariat, and please refer to the provisional program of the certificate ceremony, which was published yesterday under item 7 on the dedicated web page for this session. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gracias, señora secretaria. Estimados colegas, deseo recordar ahora otros aspectos importantes sobre el procedimiento de nuestros debates. En este punto, a saber, las normas y métodos del trabajo del comité que les ruego respetar. Como en otros puntos, se dará prioridad a los miembros del comité, pero también daré la palabra a los estados parte que no son miembros del comité y a otros observadores, si el tiempo lo permite. Permítanme recordarles el límite de 2 minutos de intervención. En caso necesario, no dudaré en usar el cronómetro. Ayer fui bastante permisiva con el tiempo. Hoy creo que cambiaremos. Los estados no miembros del comité no tomarán la palabra cuando el comité examine las candidaturas individuales. La excepción a esta norma viene dada por el artículo 22.4 del reglamento del comité. Los estados que proponen candidaturas podrán hacer uso de la palabra para responder a preguntas concretas y facilitar información en respuesta a las preguntas planteadas por los miembros del comité en relación con su expediente. Ahora bien, tengan en cuenta que el mismo artículo especifica que los estados proponentes, sean o no miembros del comité, no intervendrán para apoyar la inscripción de sus candidaturas, sino únicamente para responder a las preguntas específicas planteadas. También deseo aclarar cómo pretendo proceder en este punto relacionado a las candidaturas en términos de proceso y toma de decisión. El enfoque que propongo tiene en cuenta nuestras decisiones y prácticas anteriores, así como la decisión 11.8 del comité relativa a la aclaración sobre el proceso de toma de decisiones en materia de inscripción, selección o aprobación de candidaturas, propuestas y solicitudes. De conformidad con el apartado 14 del reglamento interno del comité, mi deber como presidenta es la buena marcha de los debates y el mantenimiento del orden. Esta es y será mi línea principal de actuación de nuestros debates. Velaré asimismo porque el espíritu de consenso y de cooperación prevalezca a lo largo de los debates, del proceso de toma de decisiones del comité. Y deseamos que todo pueda fluir como hasta este momento. ¿Hay alguna observación o pregunta sobre este procedimiento? Bueno, no veo ninguna. Recuerdo a los miembros y observadores que hay un gran número de personas que siguen nuestro trabajo a través de la retransmisión en directo por Internet o a través de los medios de comunicación, por lo que es importante que nos atengamos a nuestro calendario lo más estrictamente posible. Doy ahora la palabra al órgano de evaluación para el ciclo 2024. Relatora del órgano de evaluación, señora Mutambi, tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. I am humbled and pleased to present to you the report of the evaluation body for the cycle 2024. This report will focus on key selected issues and observations that the evaluation body considered to be the most important during this cycle. The evaluation body comprises 12 members with 6 experts representing states parties who are non-members of the committee, and another 6 members representing accredited NGOs. By the committee's decision 18-17, the present evaluation body was established and its terms of reference defined. The committee reappointed 9 continuing members and elected 3 new members: a state representative from Zimbabwe and 2 accredited non-governmental organizations, to mention the GEC Ethnological Society and the Conseil Québécois du Patrimoine Vivant. Equitable geographical representation and individual qualifications in various domains of intangible cultural heritage guided the selection process. The 12 members participated in the evaluation process of the files in accordance with the set rules of operation. The report of the evaluation body consists of 5 working documents as listed on this slide. I will now proceed to present to you on the overall report, which deals with the general overview of the 2024 cycle, working methods of the evaluation body, thematic issues observed during this cycle, the cross-cutting issues, recurring challenges and good examples, and the year's connections cycle. We noted that as part of the general overview of the 2024 cycle, that this cycle was a transition year because it was the first cycle involving nomination files submitted after the global reflection on the listing mechanism. The changes that were effective this year were: 1, revision of the nomination form to the representative list, especially under criterion 2, and the use of periodic reports in the evaluation process. Change number 2 was that there are new nomination forms for transfer of an element from one list to another. Change number 3 is that new nomination forms for extension of elements was introduced. And 4, change of the revised criteria from the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices from using the old criteria P1 to P8 and changing to G1 to G4. This year recorded the highest number of nomination files received and assessed. Overall, the Secretariat received 70 files for technical completeness check. Out of these, 3 files were withdrawn by the submitting states as they were found to be technically incomplete. A total of 67 files were received by the evaluation body for assessment. However, 1 file was withdrawn by the submitting state before the publication of this report. The evaluation body, therefore, presents to you, distinguished guests, 66 files which were assessed and categorized as indicated on the slide. I wish to talk about our working methods as the evaluation body for this cycle 2024. As with the previous cycles, the evaluation body met 3 times this year. The meeting used a mix of in-person and online methods during the cycle. The first meeting was held fully online in the month of February this year. At this meeting, the evaluation body members were oriented by the Secretariat, and we also discussed cross-cutting issues observed in the previous cycles. At the same meeting, the chairperson, the vice chair, and the rapporteur were elected. The second meeting was held in person in June at the UNESCO headquarters, except for 1 member who attended online due to health issues. During this meeting, the body deliberated and, by consensus, arrived at decisions for each of the nomination files, and we developed specific questions for dialogue processes where applicable. Prior to the meeting, I must note that each individual member of the evaluation body wrote online assessments of each criteria for each file. At the meeting in September, the chair, vice chair, and rapporteur joined the Secretariat in Paris, while the rest of the members participated online to finalize files that underwent the dialogue mechanism. The members also discussed cross-cutting issues that arose during this cycle, and the draft overall report was discussed and later was submitted to the committee. To ensure neutrality, as is the process, members of the evaluation body did not participate and were not involved in any way in the evaluation of files from their country of nationality or where their NGO is based. The body's work was guided by the convention, the operational directives, and decisions of previous cycles. A member also did not participate in assessing files if the state of that member's country of nationality had raised concerns through established correspondence mechanisms. And this is the first year we are seeing this. And I will share more about this case in my subsequent slide. Another noted change this year was the use of state parties' periodic reports, along with other submitted visual and audiovisual materials to support assessment of files. This new approach was very useful, and the body recommends its continued use. But we will need to develop guidelines on the length of the additional audiovisual materials. Some were going for an hour, others 30 minutes, and this was a little bit of a bother. In this cycle, 73% of the 2024 nominations referred to periodic reports, especially under section R5U5. Nonetheless, it is also sometimes difficult to obtain specific information from the periodic reports for the purposes of evaluating criterion R5U5 because of language limitations, where the reports are in a language not easily understood by an individual assessor, and some files making reference to periodic reports that were not yet submitted to the Secretariat. The evaluation body continued for the 5th year in a row to use the dialogue process to the extent possible. Now, allow me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to delve a little bit more into the dialogue process for this year. As in the past cycles, the dialogue process was only used when there was a minor lack of information or unclear statements, which could be clarified through a simple question and answer exchange with the submitting states. 20 nomination files, and this is the highest number so far since the mechanism was adopted, benefited from the process, with an overall total of 27 questions raised to either a single submitting state on a single file, or to a specific state, or multiple states for multinational files. In 5 cases, the evaluation body asked questions on more than one criteria. The breakdown of the category of files that underwent dialogue processes are as follows: 1 file for the urgent safeguarding list, 18 for the representative list, and 1 for the transfer request. All files, I wish to note, that were handled through the dialogue process were recommended for inscription or transfer of the element from one list to another. I'll now look a little bit at the total draft decision. As shown on the slide before you, 2% of files were recommended for a referral, and 98% were recommended for inscription to either the urgent safeguarding list, the representative list, selection to the register of good safeguarding practices, or transfer of an element from one list to another. In comparison, the number of referred cases this year increased from 0% to 2%, while the number of inscriptions reduced from 100% last year to 98% this year. Despite the reduction in the percentage of the total number of inscribed files for the year 2024, I must say that still this year remains with a higher number of files than that of 2023 that were inscribed. Unlike other years, this year the body did not assess files for approval for international assistance. I would like now to share with you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our general observations while we were assessing the different files. The evaluation body noticed a few files which benefited from the international assistance mechanism as having had good safeguarding plans, and we encourage more states to make use of this mechanism to improve the safeguarding plans. During the cycle, the Secretariat received 2 correspondences regarding ongoing nominations to the representative list. In compliance with Decision 7-15, the Secretariat forwarded the letters or correspondences to the states parties concerned, and their response, if any, was shared back to the original sender. The evaluation body received and took note of all the correspondences. In accordance with the set principles of neutrality of the evaluation body, while assessing file number 2101 submitted by the state of Greece, the evaluation body collectively and unanimously took a decision to exempt one of its members from the evaluation process, as the correspondence that was submitted to the Secretariat was coming from this member's country of nationality. And that is to emphasize on the issue of neutrality of the evaluation body. It should be noted that this is the first time the evaluation body has taken such a decision, and therefore the body requests that the Secretariat takes note of this process adopted for this cycle, and we recommend that the same process be adopted for future cycles. The evaluation body assessed 67 files, 66 of which are presented to the committee. This number represents an almost 20% increase from the files handled in the previous cycle of 2023. The evaluation body further anticipates growth of the workload in the future cycles as requests for transfers between the lists and inscriptions on an extended or reduced basis will be treated outside the annual ceiling of the files. The body therefore requests for careful consideration to be given to the workload so as to ensure thorough and consistent evaluation of the files. We wish to thank the evaluation body members for the cycle 2024 for their dedication and appreciate the support rendered by the Secretariat in doing this work. In the same vein, the evaluation body noted a continuous trend of improvement in the quality of the nomination files and wishes to congratulate the many communities, groups, individuals, and state parties whose intangible cultural heritage was nominated and conformed fully to the criteria outlined in the operational directives. Now, specifically, I would want us to look at evaluating criteria R2 since it was changed so that we get to understand better what transpired during the assessment. Under the new form, the question for criteria R2 was revised to request for information on the elements' contributions to aspects of sustainable development and how the inscription of the element will contribute to ensuring visibility and awareness of the significance of intangible cultural heritage and encouraging dialogue. This development was a very positive move, as it highlighted the important role that intangible cultural heritage plays for communities and the environment. Overall, many submitting states focused on providing information relating to sustainable development, while very few submitting states provided explanations regarding visibility, awareness, and dialogue. Many submitting states at the same time were able to demonstrate the clear links between the element and various aspects of sustainable development, particularly those that submitted accompanying videos and documents featuring the voices and viewpoints of the communities. Amidst all this good, however, several nominations did not provide accompanying materials and instead provided broad, generic statements that were lacking details or context. They were attempts to draw indirect or tenuous links to sustainable development, which made it even harder to provide positive evaluations for such cases. I must say that some submitting states ticked all of the boxes as provided in the form on the aspects of sustainable development, but again failed to provide corresponding explanations and materials. To address this, the evaluation body considered the accompanying documents and information in the file as a whole. A file was considered fulfilling R2 if there was sufficient information, and the dialogue process was also used when information in this criteria was lacking or unclear. The body therefore invites states parties to provide clear and meaningful explanations of how the element contributes to the selected areas of sustainable development in line with the operational directives. Since this is the first year that the updated R2 section is in place, the evaluation body recommends that the Secretariat monitors these issues in future cycles and considers providing greater clarity to the questions in the nomination form while providing capacity building to states parties on this section. Evaluating transfer files, our general observation was that this is the first time that the evaluation body assessed the transfer of elements from one list to another using the new form. 3 nomination files were submitted from the same state party, requesting for transfer of elements from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. The body, at its first meeting in February, agreed that these 3 files would be evaluated by the chairperson, the vice chair, and rapporteur first. The assessment of the 3 members were then shared with the rest at the meeting in June, and subsequently the evaluation body opened it up to the rest of the members to also contribute and share their observations, and we later on finalized these files. 1 file out of these 3 underwent a dialogue process, and it was also later concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that all these 3 files were recommended for a transfer. Generally, information to support the assessment was found in different sections of the periodic reports, because the report was not drafted in a manner intended to fulfill criteria R1 to R5. The 3 reports were first inscribed under the urgent safeguarding list in 2009, and the periodic reports used for assessment covered the period 2017 and 2021, thereby making it a challenge to find up-to-date information as at 2024 regarding the element. Also, there was a lack of photos and videos to support the evaluation process, as these were not required as part of the transfer request form. Evaluating transfer files in the cycle also, the evaluation body recommends to the committee that this form be revised to address the following. 1, to request submitting states to provide proposed or future safeguarding measures that will be implemented if the element is successfully transferred to the representative list. The second one is to request submitting state parties to provide a summary on the key aspects of their safeguarding measures and their effectiveness, including statistics, if available, as well as information on how the viability of the element has improved since it was first inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list. The third one is to request for audiovisual materials and recent inventories as part of the transfer form, especially for elements that were inscribed several years ago. The body considered that the forms and the periodic reports did not align with the register. The evaluation body therefore recommends that states parties submit a separate nomination to the register in future cycles, rather than ask the body to decide on behalf of the states parties and communities whether to include the safeguarding plan of the transfer files in the register during the same cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will look a little bit at files for the good safeguarding practices. The forms and criteria for assessment for the cycle 2024 were revised from the use of GSP, that is the good safeguarding practices P1 to P8, to good safeguarding practices G1 to G4. This year, only 3 files were submitted for adoption as good safeguarding practices. The evaluation body on analysis did not use the new criteria to assess these files, since the states parties had submitted their nominations using the old forms and thus the old criteria of P1 to P8. So G1 to G4 was going to be a little bit of tricky. Nonetheless, the evaluation body is optimistic and hopes that the new criteria and the form will encourage and increase the number of requests submitted for adoption in the future cycles. The multinational and extension files. The evaluation body notes an increased interest and submission of multinational files. This year, 11 multinational nominations were evaluated. The higher number of nomination files indicates the increased capacity and interest of state parties in nominating shared intangible cultural heritage. These files also positively reflect the living nature of intangible cultural heritage and the shared cultures across countries and regions. We hope more files will be submitted in the future cycles. The evaluation body also notes challenges with existing word limits that may pose problems for multinational files involving very many countries. The body encourages the living heritage entity to provide clearer guidelines and instructions on the word limits involving large numbers of submitting countries. For example, if there are 10, what should be the word limit? Should it be the same as where we have 3 countries submitting? Following the simplification of the nomination forms for extension requests, the number submitted for extension in this cycle increased. This year, 6 files were received for intra- and interstate extensions of elements to the representative list. The body notes that extensions of inscribed elements can contribute to an enhanced dialogue and knowledge exchange between the communities and states concerned. Specific mention is made for the nomination for extension of cultural practices and expressions linked to Balafon and Kolintang in Mali, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and Indonesia. This file also highlights the positive effects of intangible cultural heritage in bridging geographical distances, uniting diverse communities, and celebrating cultural diversity. Despite increased submissions of requests for extension, the evaluation body notes the persistence of some challenges, notably lack of clarity of some consent letters from the communities of the original submitting states as to whether they consented to the extension or not. In some instances, these letters are also very few and raise the question of what should constitute a sufficient sample. Some submitting states parties submitted forms from original communities which were signed and prepared by government departments or permanent delegations. This raises a concern as to whether such letters reflect the full, prior, and informed consent by concerned communities. The evaluation body therefore recommends that submitting states should strive for sufficient representative sample of consent letters signed off by the bearer communities. It also recommends revision of Section 2 of Form ICH02 extension to require the new requesting states parties to demonstrate linkage between the element in their country with sustainable development. Regarding the urgent safeguarding files, the number of files in this category this year were the smallest percentage. This is an underutilization of the list. The body therefore encourages states parties to consider more submissions in this category in the future cycles. We will now get to look at the cross-cutting issues. This slide specifically focuses on positive cross-cutting issues, while the recurring challenges that are still under cross-cutting issues will be presented in the next slide. The evaluation body noted several nomination files that provided information on inclusive and access to intangible cultural heritage programs, including planning and implementing safeguarding measures and the nomination processes by various categories of communities. These included people living with disabilities, the young people, and different gender considerations, among others. Such positive developments demonstrate the ability of intangible cultural heritage to unite diverse groups, thereby bridging differences and enjoying shared cultural heritage of humanity. Some nomination files demonstrated the role of living heritage in encouraging young people to settle outside cities and pursue opportunities in rural areas, thereby mitigating the trend of rural-urban migration. Many nominations continue to integrate education in education institutions' curriculum as a safeguarding measure, and this is very commendable. There were several nominated elements in this cycle that demonstrated the close relationship between intangible cultural heritage and the tangible heritage, such as physical spaces, the historical buildings, and cultural spaces. These demonstrate mutual dependency and how intangible cultural heritage accords meaning to important heritage sites. Of the files assessed in this cycle, 4 were previously referred, while 2 were previously withdrawn files. The body recognizes the notably improved quality in their resubmission. Now we will look at the recurring challenges as part of the cross-cutting issues. Despite the fact that the evaluation body recognizes the positive impact that commercialization and tourism of intangible cultural heritage can have on sustainable livelihood of the practitioners, this may result in the over-commercialization and decontextualization of the element. Some files remained silent on assessment and mitigation measures for such efforts. States parties are therefore encouraged to assess the impact of industrialization and tourism efforts before their implementation. The evaluation body also noted 2 of the nomination files proposing standardized measures as part of the safeguarding plan. The dialogue process was used for the 2 cases and sought clarifications on these standardization measures and their potential negative impact on the element. Information was also sought on how the state parties planned to mitigate any possible unintended effects, such as freezing or decontextualizing an element. The body noted some files where the states parties proactively identified such risks and included the information on the mitigation and monitoring measures in collaboration with the communities concerned in these files. Such information was very useful and it should be encouraged. As has been the case in previous cycles, many nomination files presented linguistic issues, unclear and imprecise language, typographical errors, mismatch between the titles and the text, and placement of information in wrong sections. Nonetheless, the evaluation body tried to look at the file as a whole and came to its conclusion on each file. Arising from the evaluation process, 6 titles were changed to better reflect the nature of the element. Ensuring community participation in the nomination process and the planning and implementation of safeguarding measures is still a great challenge to some states parties and has been discussed several times. The evaluation body calls upon state parties to ensure that this challenge is seriously addressed before submitting the nomination files. The letters of consent still remain an issue, and these I've already talked about in my previous slide. I will not repeat. The evaluation body continued to note the challenge of missing reference numbers of inventories under R5U5 and invites states parties to take due diligence to check the nomination files before submission. A little bit of a look at the good examples and then also the theme for the 2024 cycle. This year, the evaluation body received very many well-prepared files from a wide range of regions and under different lists that serve as good examples. We invite you all, dear participants, to refer and read pages 15 and 16 of our report for the details of these very good, wonderfully written files. The evaluation body continues to follow the good practice which was started in the cycle of 2023 of indexing all nominations and coming up with a year's cycle theme. This year on analysis, the theme that is proposed to be adopted is a connections cycle. The summary of categories as indexed with the support from the Secretariat is as shown to you on the slides. In conclusion, the overall report contains many positive aspects, recurring issues, emerging trends and challenges. We hope that this report will be a useful reference for state parties and organizations when they are preparing future nomination files and deliberate on the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in their countries. The evaluation body wishes to congratulate all the communities, groups, individuals, and states parties whose intangible cultural heritage elements were nominated and will be successfully inscribed this year. Finally, as the evaluation body, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the committee for entrusting us with the evaluation process. In addition, we would like to thank the Secretariat led by Fumiko for the wonderful support and hard work you put in to help us complete our mission for this year. The draft decisions for the files will shortly be presented to you by the chairperson of the evaluation body cycle 2024, who is none other than Mr. Kirk Siang-Ye, and the vice chair, Ms. Evrim Ozuner. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to us. Merci beaucoup. Muchos gracias.
Muchas gracias, señora Mutambi. Sin duda, todo lo que nos ha planteado ayudará al debate más adelante. Tenemos buenas noticias, hemos sido eficientes, hemos avanzado muy bien esta mañana y propongo que interrumpamos nuestro trabajo aquí para que podamos comenzar el examen de las candidaturas individuales después del almuerzo, como ha estado previsto, a las 14:30 horas. Me gustaría invitar a los miembros del comité que se reúnan en la zona de banderas en la entrada para hacer esa foto de grupo, así que aprovechemos el momento para hacernos un bonito recuerdo. Les ruego que regresen al pleno a las 14:30 horas para que podamos empezar a celebrar las inscripciones todos juntos. Además, quisiera dar algunas precisiones. Señoras y señores, antes de que abandonen la sala, permítanme recordarles que hoy durante los siguientes días se siguen celebrando eventos paralelos durante la pausa del almuerzo y después de la sesión de la tarde. Los verán anunciados en la pantalla. Para más información, visiten el calendario de eventos disponible en la página web del comité. Asimismo, me gustaría recordarles que si han preparado alguna intervención por escrito, sería útil que los intérpretes reciban con antelación en la dirección administrada en las pantallas de la 19com, aunque no sea la versión definitiva. Es muy útil para anticipar la interpretación. La pausa para comer será desde las 12:30 hasta las 14:30 horas y por favor asegúrense de llegar a tiempo. La sala permanecerá abierta durante el almuerzo, pero no dejen sus pertenencias personales. Disfruten de la comida y a los miembros del comité les reitero que nos vemos junto a las banderas. Muchas gracias. Que tengan un buen almuerzo. Y un aplauso por la eficiencia y la rapidez. Gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly. Kindly take your seats. We are starting. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats.
Muy buenas tardes. Vamos a retomar nuestra sesión. Les pido, por favor, que tomen sus asientos. Es un momento muy especial. Agradecemos la presencia de Audrey Azoulay, nuestra directora general. Gracias, madame. Gracias. Estamos listos para examinar ahora el subpunto 7A, examen de las nominaciones para la inscripción en la lista de salvaguardia urgente. ¿Puedo invitar a la señora secretaria a presentar este punto, por favor?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, committee members, and those who are following us online. Under this sub-item 7A, the committee will examine the nominations submitted by Botswana, followed by Indonesia. Before we begin, you may wish to refresh your mind with the criteria that will guide your decisions today. You can see them on the screens. I will not read them out, but let me point out that the submitting state party is requested to demonstrate that a nominated element satisfies all of these criteria. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Gracias, Fumiko. Pasemos ahora al examen de los archivos individuales. Primero examinaremos la nominación del ritual Botswana y prácticas asociadas presentada por Botswana. Le cedo la palabra al órgano de evaluación para que nos presente sus conclusiones sobre esta nominación. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and good afternoon to the DG, Madam Azoulay. Botswana has nominated Wasana ritual and associated practices. Wasana is a rain-making ritual characterized by rituals, prayer, feasts, song, and dance. The file explains the need for urgent safeguarding of this element. The viability of the element is at great risk because only 3 out of 43 villages associated with the element are actively engaged in its practice. Moreover, songs and dances associated with the element has been misappropriated and decontextualized by non-practitioners. To address these factors, a safeguarding plan for the element has been developed for the promotion, protection, and viability of the element. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you.
Gracias por esta presentación. Puedo, por tanto, pedir al comité que adopte la decisión preliminar sobre este expediente tal como se muestra en las pantallas. Adoptaríamos en su conjunto el proyecto de decisión 19 con 7A1. No veo objeciones. Adoptamos en su totalidad. Cedo la palabra al distinguido embajador de Botswana, Mustad Murat. Adelante, Excelencia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Today is another proud moment in our history. The ICH once again proves that communities play an important role in the production and safeguarding of the ICH. We have our community standing by to join us in the celebration of this important milestone. So I ask them to, there's supposed to be a Zoom connection. Thank you very much.
Adelante con la conexión, por favor, sala técnica. ¿Tenemos problema con el sonido? Tenemos el video, creo que recurrimos al backup. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for giving me the floor. ADG Culture, members of the committee, excellencies, distinguished delegates. In my capacity as a member of the Executive Committee of the Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Northeast District, Botswana, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the distinguished members of Intergovernmental Committee for acknowledging our efforts to protect intangible cultural heritage in Botswana. We deeply appreciate the thorough review procedure, steadfast dedication that shows your appreciation of culture. The district is thrilled that our element, or Sana ritual and its associated practices, has been inscribed in the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding in accordance with the 2003 Convention. This inscription will guarantee that our cultural practices, traditions, and expressions are not only acknowledged, but also safeguarded for future generations. It serves as a reminder of our shared responsibility to protect the living heritage that unites communities and enrich humanity, in addition to being an honor for the Wasana community. The trust you have placed in us is truly inspiring, and we promise to carry out this vital endeavor with integrity and dedication. We've begun to implement activities in our safeguarding plan to make sure that the element is visible and transmitted accordingly. Last but not least, thank you for your invaluable support and for promoting the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. Let's continue to celebrate the richness of our diversity together. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, que así sea. Me indican que tenemos un video, además. Adelante, por favor.
Rituals and its associated practices. It's a cultural practice in which practitioners perform rituals as a way of praying for rain from their ancestors. The element is predominantly practiced by the Bakalanga community found in the northeastern district of Botswana. of the element into the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding will enhance its visibility, encourage more community participation, recognition, respect, and transmission.
Muchas gracias, Botswana. Me gustaría que todos puedan repetir conmigo el saludo de Botswana. Pula, que significa lluvia. Gracias, Botswana, por esta emoción. ¿Podría el órgano de evaluación presentar el siguiente archivo, Arte Escénico de Reok Ponorogo, presentado por Indonesia? Adelante, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Rio Ponorogo Performing Art, submitted by Indonesia. The element is a theatrical dance that is traditional practice on various occasions, including ceremonies, events, weddings, holidays, and public festivities. The element is facing various threats of extinction. Performances are increasingly rare due to the community's preference for modern music shows. Many master practitioners are older community members, as younger members do not find it appealing to practice Riong Ponorogo and prefer contemporary performing arts. Various other threats are elaborated in detail in the file. The nomination file outlines a safeguarding plan that sets out clear objectives and activities to address the root causes of the risks to the viability of the element. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por esta clara y detallada presentación. Por tanto, quiero pedir al comité que podamos adoptar la decisión preliminar sobre este expediente tal como se muestra en pantallas. Proyecto de decisión 19.7A2. No tenemos ninguna objeción. Lo adoptamos en su conjunto. Aprobado. Y tiene la palabra el embajador de Indonesia para un breve mensaje. Adelante, por favor.
Madam Chair, Madam Director General of UNESCO, esteemed committee members, excellencies, distinguished observers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation for the inscription of Reok Ponorogo on the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. This recognition not only highlights Reok's artistic significance, but also reaffirms our dedication to preserving Indonesia's rich cultural identity for generations to come. It is now my honor to present a video message from His Excellency Fadli Zon, the Minister of Culture of Indonesia, who will deliver an official statement on the inscription of Reok Ponorogo. I thank you.
Gracias, Excelencia. Tenemos ahora...
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the committee, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I join you on behalf of the government of Indonesia to present Reok Ponorogo, which stands out as a powerful and iconic symbol of Indonesia's rich heritage. Today marks a significant moment for Indonesia as we celebrate the inscription of Reok Ponorogo into UNESCO's Urgent Safeguarding List, or UCL. This recognition is not only a source of great pride, but also a vital reminder of the collective responsibility to preserve this cultural treasure for future generations. Reok Ponorogo also represents the rich tapestry of Indonesian heritage, intertwining courage, solidarity, and the beauty of local traditions. Reok Ponorogo represents a vibrant expression of identity, spirit, and resilience of the people of Ponorogo, East Java province. For centuries, it has served as a living testament to the harmonious interplay of dance, music, and mythology, embodying the values of creativity, collaboration, and cultural pride. It also shows bravery, struggle, and triumph. Beyond the performance, it reflects the enduring values of courage, solidarity, and devotion. Originating from Ponorogo, East Java province, Reok Ponorogo embodies the spirit of gotong royong, the Indonesian principle of cooperation. From the creation of the intricate masks to the orchestration of the performance, it requires collaboration among performers, artisans, musicians, and the broader community. All of this collective effort demonstrates the interconnectedness that defines Indonesian society. Ladies and gentlemen, safeguarding Reok Ponorogo is becoming more critical today as globalization and modernization pose significant challenges to preserving traditional art forms. Thus, to protect this heritage, the Indonesian government and local communities have undertaken efforts to document, promote, and sustain Reok Ponorogo. We aim to engage the younger generation by introducing Reok into school programs, cultural workshops, and local festivals, ensuring that this art form resonates with modern audiences. Besides empowering the communities in Ponorogo who are the custodians of this heritage remains a priority. We aim to support these communities as the front line of preservation through training programs, access to resources, and recognition of their contributions. UNESCO's recognition of intangible cultural heritage further emphasizes the importance of preserving tradition like Reok Ponorogo as humanity's shared responsibility. As we celebrate Reok Ponorogo, let us also reaffirm our commitment to preserving intangible cultural heritage everywhere and ensure that our ancestors' stories, traditions, and artistry continue to inspire and educate future generations. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Gracias, Indonesia. Estimados miembros del comité, hemos completado el examen del punto 7A de las nominaciones para la lista de salvaguardia urgente. Felicitaciones una vez más a los estados que lo han presentado. Pasamos ahora al subpunto 7B. Examen de candidaturas para la inscripción en la lista representativa del patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad. Señora secretaria, tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under this cycle, there are 58 nominations to be examined for possible inscription on the representative list. This includes 5 extension requests. The committee will examine these extension requests for the first time this year using the new procedures established in the operational directives. Before we begin, the committee may wish to remind itself of the criteria that will guide your decision today for the nominations under this item. These criteria are on display. I will not read them out once again, but allow me to point out that the submitting state party is requested to demonstrate that a nominated element satisfies all of these criteria. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko. Estimados colegas, estamos ahora listos para comenzar a examinar candidaturas individuales para la inscripción en la lista representativa. Y la primera candidatura que se examinará es la guarania. Presentada por Paraguay. Por lo tanto, me gustaría pedir amablemente a uno de los vicepresidentes del comité, Su Excelencia el señor Kamol Mushkanarov, embajador delegado permanente de Uzbekistán, que se acerque para presidir el examen de los expedientes que seguirán.
Yes, privilege, of course. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, dear Ambassador, again. Dear Director General, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, it's a privilege to chair these important nominations in our agenda. And let's start with the examination of a nomination from our host from Paraguay, Guaranian Sound of Paraguayan Soul. I would like to give the floor to our evaluation body so they can share with us their findings. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to present the first file to the representative list. Paraguay has nominated Guarania, Sound of Paraguayan Soul. Guarania is a musical genre that is a collective expression of Paraguayan values. I think this element does not need much introduction because it's a beautiful, intangible cultural heritage that we must experience for ourselves during our stay in Paraguay. The safeguarding measures were assessed to be sufficient in protecting and promoting the element. They cover the various components of safeguarding, including awareness raising, transmission, and documentation and research efforts. The nomination of Guarania involved various stakeholders and communities who work together for the preparation of the file and the development and implementation of the proposed safeguarding measures. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your detailed explanation. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 19-7B1 adopted. Minister of Culture, Madam Adriana Ortiz, the floor is yours.
¡Que viva la Guarania! ¡Que viva el Paraguay! ¡Viva! Hoy es un día histórico para el Paraguay y para nuestra identidad como nación. Celebramos con orgullo y profunda emoción la inscripción de la guarania, sonido del alma paraguaya, en la prestigiosa lista representativa del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial de la Humanidad de la UNESCO. Esta declaración trasciende fronteras y generaciones, llevando al mundo un mensaje muy claro. El Paraguay tiene una riqueza cultural única, tejida con los hilos del sentimiento, la esperanza y la resistencia de todo su pueblo. La guarania no es solo una forma musical, es un reflejo profundo de nuestras vivencias, de nuestra tierra y de nuestra alma. Creada por el visionario José Asunción Flores, la guarania nació para ser sentimiento y voz de los hondos espacios del Paraguay. Sus melodías, cargadas de melancolía, amor y anhelo, han acompañado nuestros momentos de alegría, nuestras luchas y nuestros sueños. Es un arte que nos une, que nos define y que nos inspira a recordar quiénes somos y de dónde venimos. La inscripción en esta lista no es solo un reconocimiento al valor artístico y cultural de la guarana, sino también un compromiso. Es un llamado a todos nosotros para preservar, para difundir y fortalecer este legado, asegurándonos que las futuras generaciones puedan seguir vibrando con sus acordes y encontrar en ella ese refugio de identidad y de pertenencia. Agradecemos profundamente a todos aquellos que hicieron posible este logro, a los músicos, a los poetas, a los gestores culturales y especialmente a todo el gran pueblo paraguayo, que mantiene viva la llama de la guarania en su corazón. También queremos reconocer el papel fundamental de las instituciones que trabajaron incansablemente para presentar este patrimonio al mundo y al querido equipo que acompañó de cerca este paso tan gigante para la historia del Paraguay. Este logro es de todos, es de mujeres, es de hombres, es de la patria, es del mundo, porque la guarania es el alma que nos une, que nos habla en un idioma universal de emociones, que compartimos con este mundo entero como un tesoro que hoy pertenece a todos, a la humanidad. Hoy celebro con orgullo y alegría, con música y gratitud, la guarania, nuestro testimonio, nuestra bandera cultural, nos recuerda siempre que no somos una nación pequeña, sino inmensa y universal por nuestra cultura, por nuestra historia, nuestro hermoso sentimiento de solidaridad como pueblo paraguayo. ¡Que viva la guarania y que viva el Paraguay! ¡Que viva José Asunción Flores! Muchas gracias. Gracias. Dios mío, vamos.
Bueno, la guarania se diferencia básicamente porque es una creación que tiene nombre y apellido. Su creador se llama José Asunción Flores.
Flores lo que quiso fue reflejar en la guarania una música con la que el paraguayo se sintiera identificado.
La guarania para mí es una creación de la genialidad de un músico que pudo entender a fondo y que pudo sentir a fondo como paraguayo lo que es nuestro teco, nuestro yo paraguayo, ¿verdad?
La guarania existe y que hay un pueblo que lo ama y lo identifica y que lo adoptó como su yo.
Bueno, la guarania
It's a Portuguese.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Congratulations, dear host. Let's examine the next nomination from Portugal. Equestrian art in Portugal. I give the floor to evaluation body so they can share with us their findings on this nomination. Please.
Thank you. The next file is Equestrian Art in Portugal, submitted by Portugal. The element establishes a sense of harmony and deep respect between the rider and the horse. And the element involves various practitioners, such as riders, breeders, veterinarians, and crafts people. The evaluation body views that all 5 criteria are met for this nomination file. The knowledge and skills are transmitted by adults to younger generations through family traditions and by masters and instructors who train apprentices and students in academies, riding schools, and equestrian centers. The nomination file also presented various safeguarding measures, such as the efforts to integrate and promote the element in public schools. In addition, the body commends the state party for submitting a good quality video which depicts the element in detail and allow viewers to understand the traditions and the deep respect between horses and their riders. Therefore, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you for detailed explanation of the different issues raised during the evaluation of this file. The Bureau did not receive any request to debate on this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision as a whole? I see no objections. Therefore, I declare decision 19.7b2 adopted. Ambassador Bateu, I'll give the floor to you now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Portugal is very proud of this inscription of the equestrian art in Portugal on the representative list for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage of UNESCO. And we would like to express our appreciation to this committee for taking this decision. Indeed, this decision is very important to continue to nurture and expand this very unique form of equestrian art, as we'll see in the short video that will follow, as it is also very important for the communities, associations, riding schools that are most closely involved with this form of equestrian art. That is why, with no further ado, I would like to pass the floor, with your permission, to the promoters of this candidature, who are seated next to me, Mr. João Rolão and Mr. Luís Calaim.
Thank you. We would like to express our deepest gratitude for the inscription of the equestrian art in Portugal on the representative list. We would like to thank the evaluation body for recommending the inscription and the committee for the decision to adopt it. In Portugal, we would like to thank all those who made this application possible and who joined the Lusitano Horse Association to promote this project, the Portuguese School of Equestrian Art and Golgan City Council, as well as the coordinator of this application, Dr. João Costa Ferreira. We can conclude that the unique characteristics of our Lusitano horse were fundamental to the emergence of the Portuguese equitation, and this for our breed's selection.
For the over 45 years, the Portuguese School of Equestrian Art, managed by Parques de Sintra, has undertaken the mission of preserving and disseminating the legacy of Picaria Real, the equestrian Academy of the Royal Court from Portugal from the 18th century, conserving the same type of horses, the Lusitano, from the Alter Stud Farm, the same horses and the same clothes. We congratulate all the horse riders in Portugal and across the 4 corners of the world. We are convinced that the maintenance of the heritage will depend on the collective wisdom of never forgetting that the only constant in the history of humanity is the change.
We have a video to display. Let's examine the nomination of the Republic of Korea, knowledge, beliefs, and practices related to junk making in the Republic of Korea. I give the floor for evaluation body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The Republic of Korea has nominated knowledge, beliefs, practices related to junk making in the Republic of Korea. Junk are fermented sauces such as soya bean paste, soya sauce, and red chili paste. These form the basis of the Korean diet. The element contributes to various aspects of sustainable development, including by advancing gender equality, contributing to environmental sustainability, and promoting the economic development of the practicing communities. In particular, the communal act of junk making generates a sense of peace and belonging for the communities concerned. The nomination file has explained the roles of various communities in the nomination process, such as their involvement in planning the safeguarding measures and their efforts to protect the element from any unintended consequences of the inscription. Therefore, the evaluation body considers that the nomination meets all 5 criteria and recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for detailed explanation. Bureau did not receive any requests to debate on this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt this draft decision as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 19.com 7B3 adopted. Republic of Korea, floor is yours.
Thank you.
Excellency, Mr. Choi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. As Administrator of Korea Heritage Service of the Republic of Korea, I'm very delighted that jang-making tradition in the Republic of Korea is to be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you for your strong interest and support in this outcome. As head of a government agency responsible for preservation of Korea's cultural heritage, I feel an added sense of responsibility for protecting our intangible cultural heritage. The Republic of Korea launched the Korea Heritage Service in May this year to focus on the preservation and sustainable transmission and utilization of cultural heritage values. As the first administrator, I am honored to lead the endeavor and committed to working closely with UNESCO and other countries to safeguard heritage that can be shared and appreciated by people everywhere. The Republic of Korea will continue to cooperate with the international community and implement the UNESCO's convention. To do this, we will make every effort to contribute to the fund to support the development of the convention starting next year, 2025. I want to express my deep gratitude to the members of the committee and the chairperson, Nancy Oberade Gorostiaga, and my special thanks to Director General Audrey Azoulay and her staff for the support during the long process. Last but not least, I deeply appreciate the warm hospitality of the Republic of Paraguay making this session of the Intergovernmental Committee successful. Thank you. Gracias. 감사합니다.
Mr. Vice Chair, ADG Mr. Ottone, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you. Today's recognition honors not only a culinary tradition, but also a profound cultural practice deeply rooted in the everyday lives of Korean families. Jang-making harmonizes people with nature, strengthens communal bonds, and sustains healthy living. Throughout Korean history, jang has been more than a main ingredient in Korean cuisine. Its making embodies the value of patience, respect for nature, and community spirit. It tells the story of generations who have safeguarded ancient techniques while innovating to adapt to modern times. Today, I'm especially proud to be here with one of the key guardians of its heritage. Jang-making reflects the harmony between human endeavor and nature's rhythms. The fermentation process, guided by time, temperature, and care, symbolizes a deep respect for sustainability, a principle that resonates globally, especially as we seek solutions to today's urgent challenges. The Republic of Korea expresses its sincere gratitude to UNESCO and the evaluation body for recognizing the value and significance of this heritage. Building on this recognition, we'll continue to exert utmost efforts to safeguard the tradition of jang-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bach. Let's examine the next nomination from Rwanda, Intore. I give the floor to evaluation body now.
Thank you. The next file is Intore, submitted by Rwanda. The evaluation body notes that this is Rwanda's first nomination under the 2003 convention. Intore is a Rwandan dance performed by a troupe. The Intore dance is at the center of community events and festivities, including weddings, the reception of distinguished guests, and during the Harvest Festival. The element is an inclusive art form that engages men and women of all ages, from rural and urban environments. In addition, the element contributes to the physical and mental well-being of the practitioners and plays an important role in promoting the social cohesion of Rwandans. The nomination file has presented various safeguarding measures. Some positive examples include the mentoring programs for students and the establishment of a talent detection center in each district to identify young talents as part of their efforts to safeguard this living heritage. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of Intore on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for this detailed explanation. Bureau did not receive any request to debate or amend for this file. May I therefore ask committee to adopt the draft decision as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 19.com7B4 adopted.
Le terme Inore est un mot issu de la langue kinyarwanda qui signifie meilleur et ou sélectionné. Ce terme a été appliqué dans les temps anciens aux guerriers qui étaient considérés comme étant les meilleurs combattants, la crème de la crème des guerriers du royaume du Rwanda. Au fil du temps, le terme a également été appliqué aux danseurs qui représentaient ces guerriers dans la danse traditionnelle Inore. La danse traditionnelle Inore est une danse de célébration de la vie, de l'amour et de la victoire, mais de la bravoure également, qui représente la fierté et l'identité du Rwanda par ailleurs. Comme danseurs, Inore étaient sélectionnés par leur chef pour être formés dans une institution traditionnelle appelée Itorero, où ils apprenaient les valeurs culturelles, la poésie, les jeux traditionnels et d'autres catégories d'art du spectacle. Sous le roi Mutara III Rudahigwa, entre 1931 et 1959, la danse Inore s'est affermie, surtout que celui-ci était reconnu comme Inore très habile et très réputé. Aujourd'hui, les détenteurs de ce patrimoine se retrouvent dans toutes les strates de la population rwandaise.
Itorero kera bigiragamo ibintu byinshi cyane cyane ibintu bijyanye n'urugamba kubera ko no hantu baturanyaga ingabo z'igihugu zavaga mu matorero. Ubu ngubu byarahindutse twabihinduye umukino mwiza, byageze no mu mahanga, intore zagezeyo, aho tugeze hose mu marushanwa, ndetse henshi tuba turi aba mbere n'ibikombe turabitahana.
Inore est un art.
Please, Rwanda, floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-président, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du comité. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer mes sincères remerciements à ce beau pays, hôte, pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'organisation exemplaire de cette session. Nos remerciements vont également aux plus hautes autorités du Paraguay pour l'engagement en faveur de la promotion et de la sauvegarde de notre patrimoine. Je tiens à vous remercier, Monsieur le Vice-président, et à vous féliciter pour la manière admirable dont vous conduisez nos travaux, favorisant ainsi des échanges constructifs et fructueux. Je souhaite également exprimer ma profonde gratitude au secrétariat et tout particulièrement à vous, Madame la secrétaire de la Convention, ainsi qu'à vos équipes pour la préparation minutieuse de cette 19e session et pour la qualité de la collaboration dont vous avez fait preuve tout au long du processus d'inscription de l'élément du Rwanda. C'est avec une immense fierté que je prends la parole aujourd'hui au nom du gouvernement du Rwanda pour célébrer un événement historique et emblématique pour notre pays. Je saisis cette occasion pour exprimer notre profonde gratitude aux membres du comité pour avoir inscrit le tout premier élément rwandais sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel et matériel de l'humanité, la danse Inore. Cet événement constitue une source de grande fierté pour l'ensemble du peuple rwandais. Au nom du gouvernement et du peuple rwandais, je tiens à remercier les membres du comité pour leur décision ainsi qu'à l'organe d'évaluation, dont l'expertise a permis de reconnaître la valeur exceptionnelle de cette tradition. L'Inore, véritable symbole vivant de notre identité et de notre histoire, incarne les valeurs universelles de bravoure, de résilience et de solidarité, tout en nous rappelant la force que nous tirons de notre passé commun. Nous adressons une gratitude particulière aux praticiens et aux détenteurs de ce patrimoine, ainsi qu'à toutes les parties prenantes dont les efforts inlassables ont rendu cette reconnaissance possible. Leur dévouement a permis de préserver et de valoriser cette tradition vivante transmise précieusement à travers les générations. En ce jour mémorable, alors que nous célébrons l'inscription de ce patrimoine dans un monde marqué par la diversité culturelle, le Rwanda réaffirme son engagement à préserver et à transmettre ce savoir aux générations futures. Cette première inscription est non seulement une consacration, mais aussi une occasion de renforcer la cohésion sociale et de promouvoir le développement durable à travers la culture. Nous restons fermement déterminés à protéger, valoriser et promouvoir notre patrimoine tout en encourageant l'inclusion et le dialogue interculturel, gage d'un avenir harmonieux. À vous tous, nous adressons nos plus sincères remerciements pour la confiance et le soutien que vous nous avez accordé. Ensemble, poursuivons notre travail pour célébrer la beauté de la diversité culturelle et œuvrons à sa prospérité pour les générations futures. Je vous remercie.
Bravo, vous avez fait de l'histoire. Bravo. Je suis très émue pour vous.
Merci.
Thank you. Let's examine the nomination from Saudi Arabia, cultural practices related to wave roses. I now give the floor to evaluation body so they can share with us their findings on this nomination. Please.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia has nominated cultural practices related to the TEF roses. The evaluation body views that all 5 criteria are met for this file. We also wish to commend the State Party for a well-prepared file and an excellent supporting video that conveys the elements' contribution to various aspects of sustainable development. As a form of traditional medicine, the element contributes to good health and well-being. It generates income for farmers, craftspeople, and traders, thus contributing to the economic well-being of families and communities. The element also strengthens social ties and promotes a sense of shared cultural identity among families, neighbors, and friends. Various communities were involved in developing and implementing the safeguarding measures. Many communities were also involved in meetings, documentation, and gathering of information as part of the nomination process. In conclusion, the evaluation body assesses that the nomination file fulfills all 5 criteria and recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you for this detailed explanation. The Bureau did not receive any requests for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 19.com 7B5 adopted. Saudi Arabia, Dr. Altokwanis, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. Honorable Chairperson of the committee and Vice Chair, distinguished committee members, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our profound gratitude to the Intergovernmental Committee, Secretariat, Evaluation Body for their valuable efforts during the inscription process. It is a distinct honor to address you today as we celebrate the inscription of the cultural practices related to the Taif roses on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This recognition highlights not only a treasured part of Saudi Arabia's cultural heritage, but also reflects a shared values of diversity, sustainability, and creativity that the Cultural Convention seeks to conserve and promote through its vital work. For more than centuries, the Taif rose has flourished in the Al-Hada and Shifa mountains and the valleys in the region. The practices surrounding its cultivation are deeply embedded in the cultural and social fabrics of the area. These traditions, from the farming and distillation to perfumery and medicinal uses, reflects the harmony between people, nature, and the cultural heritage. Families and communities gathered annually to cultivate the roses, transmitting knowledge and techniques across generations. Through these practices, the Taif rose has come to be symbolized of hospitality and purity, with its fragrant oil and rose water used in traditional cuisines and cosmetics. Additionally, the practices promote sustainability through the use of byproduct, ensuring minimal waste. The safeguarding of these traditions is the result of collective efforts by the people of Taif, supported by the academic and national institutions, led by the Ministry of Culture, represented by the Heritage Commission, Culinary Art Commission, and National Commission. This collaborative effort underscores the resilience and adaptability of cultural heritage and highlights the importance of the intergenerational transmission. At this occasion, Your Excellency, we would like to invite you to attend the Taif Rose food demonstration side event on February 6th at 1 o'clock. As we look to the future, we reaffirm our commitment to safeguarding the celebration of cultural traditions that bring nations closer together. We are deeply honored to see this cherished tradition recognition on the global stage, and we will continue to ensure that it thrives for generations to come. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
The scent of Taif roses is carried all over the region. These days mark the beginning of the harvesting season, which lasts between 35 to 45 days. Men and women participate in harvest season. Relatives and friends are invited to help with the picking. Roses are gifted to them and everyone enjoys the gathering.
أحسن شيء قطفته في الصباح نشغل شغلنا والنوم نخليه في الليل. من الذي ما يحس براحة عند قطف الورد لو ما هو مزرعته.
The rose is gently laid on the palm of the farmer's hand, and with a slight twirl, the rose is picked and placed in the basket.
لكن من المزرعة نقطف الورد الصباح بعد الفجر، ثم نجي على الطريقة القديمة ونعد 50 و50 وردة يومية حتى نصل 1000 ورد، بعدين نصل 2000 ونحط في القدور.
The roses are put in a basket on a scale Afterwards, the roses are placed in a copper pot with water and heated over fire. Traditionally, artisans used rose paste to seal the pipes. The water begins to evaporate, then condenses to drip inside a glass jar. This method also produces rose oil.
جودة وتركيز الدرجة الأولى اللي نسميها العروس تكون أقوى.
Quiero agradecer al apreciado colega de Uzbekistán, embajador Kamol. Muchas gracias. Vamos a continuar con la candidatura que presenta Serbia. El órgano evaluador tiene la palabra, presenta este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Serbia has nominated nave painting practices of Kovačica. The nave painting practices of Kovačica, Serbia, refer to the tradition of painting and decorating objects with representations of the folk life, rural environment, history, and everyday lives of the community. The element is transmitted informally within families and local communities. The local communities work to safeguard the element through initiatives that promote and present and transmit the related knowledge and skills. The local communities are also involved in the nomination process through meetings with experts, educational lectures, exchange of know-how with experts, and being involved in developing the proposed safeguarding plan. In addition, the evaluation body wishes to commend the state party for acknowledging the possible negative impacts of the element's inscription and for proactively proposing safeguarding measures to prevent over-commercialization. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Gracias por esta detallada explicación de los diferentes aspectos planteados en la evaluación de este expediente. La mesa no recibió pedidos de debate o enmiendas para este expediente. Puedo, por tanto, solicitar al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión sobre este expediente en su totalidad. Proyecto de decisión 19.7b6. Declaro la decisión adoptada. Tiene la palabra Serbia.
Distinguished colleagues, I am honored to have this opportunity to thank our Paraguayan hosts for their hospitality and to extend our gratitude to the members of the Intergovernmental Committee who adopted this decision and to the Secretariat and Evaluation Body who positively assessed the nomination. Today's inscription will safeguard the naive painting practices of Kovačica, but it will also include in the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, the pure joy of everyday life, the serenity that arises from close relationships between individuals, their community, and natural environment, which are so beautifully encapsulated in this unique art. Most of us today are relearning to appreciate simple things, the pleasure of quiet moments. The Kovačica painters don't need to relearn. They knew it all along. These artists are not professional painters. They are regular people, often women, celebrating personal, family, local, and national identities, moving through the changing seasons and the circle of life. Thus, the Kovačica art, also known as the people's, the truthful, the self-taught, or the Slovak art, passes on the traditional culture and also the historical, moral, and social characteristics of the community from one generation on to the next. The Slovaks arrived in what is today Vojvodina in northern Serbia about 3 centuries ago, and they settled in Kovačica some 220 years ago. There, almost a century ago, they developed their unique form of naive painting that exists nowhere else, gifting all the rest of us with the tranquil joy of their art. The Slovak national minority in Serbia constitutes less than 1% of the population. But the beauty and cheer their painting brings us cannot be quantified at all. This is a happy day for my country, for all art lovers, for the Slovak community, but above all for the painters who so lovingly uphold their artistic tradition. I am especially honored that my esteemed colleague, Ambassador Anna Plasnik of Slovakia, wishes to say a few words on this occasion. Anna, my friend, please.
Thank you very much. If I may, Madam Chairperson, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Serbia on the successful inscription of 9 paintings of Kovačica on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. My country, Slovakia, is profoundly grateful to the government of Serbia for its decision to nominate this tradition, which originates from the Slovak minority community living in Serbia. This practice not only serves as a means of transmitting cultural heritage within the Slovak community, but also as a vital expression of national identity and history. The Slovak community in Serbia began settling in the Vojvodina region during the 18th century, with Kovačica being established in 1802. Remarkably, after more than 2 centuries, this community has preserved its language, cultural traditions, and historical heritage, thriving in an environment where it could freely develop its culture. Serbia's decision to showcase a living heritage element of a minority community exemplifies the spirit of cooperation as pursued by the 2003 Convention and highlights the essential role local communities play in enriching cultural diversity. Thank you very much.
Narodna umetnost, zasnovana na tradicijama ukrašavanja upotrebnih predmeta, nošnji, prostora za stanovanje, koja se generacijama prenosila u mestu Kovačica na severu Srbije, pogodovala je nastanku široko poznatog kovačičkog naivnog slikarstva. Ravničarsko okruženje, bogatstvo boja, šarolikost pejzaža, način na koji se pojedinac prilagođava prirodnom okruženju bili su podsticajni za razvoj slikarstva, koje je u prvim decenijama 20. veka našlo svoje ishodište u Kovačici, a u drugoj polovini prošlog veka postalo šire prihvaćeno u okolnim mestima, pre svega u Padini, a potom je doživelo i međunarodnu vidljivost. Odlikuje ga upotreba jakih boja, prikazi tradicionalne kulture, kao i istorijskih, moralnih i društvenih osobenosti jedne zajednice. Motivi koji se najčešće prikazuju u vezi su sa zemljoradnjom i stočarstvom, osnovnim zanimanjima u ovoj ravničarskoj oblasti, ali su zastupljeni i običaji, porodične svečanosti, tradicionalni zanati i narodna nošnja. Iako je reč o slikarstvu koje je odraz ličnog odnosa stvaraoca prema okruženju u kojem živi, znanja i veštine oslikavanja, ali i odnos prema slikarstvu kao čuvaru identiteta, prenose se sa generacije na generaciju. U cilju očuvanja naivnog slikarstva kao dela kulturnog nasleđa koje se razvija i menja, lokalna zajednica, opština Kovačica i institucije kulture nastoje da programima edukacije ukažu na potrebu očuvanja društvenog značaja slikarstva i potencijale koje ono pruža za širu lokalnu zajednicu. Time se obezbeđuje dugoročnost i stabilnost u kulturnom i prirodnom okruženju i podstiče prenošenje znanja i umeća na generacije koje će se slikarstvom baviti i u budućnosti.
De este modo, Serbia y Eslovaquia nos dan una excelente muestra del espíritu de la Convención. Y creo que se merecen otro aplauso y fuerte. Dos países que comparten este carácter integrador de la Convención 2003 de salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Examinemos ahora la candidatura siguiente, que es la del Estado de Palestina. Y doy la palabra al órgano de evaluación para presentarnos su informe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file for the representative list is Tradition of Nablusi Soap Making in Palestine, submitted by the State of Palestine. The tradition of Nablusi soap making is a handcrafted soap making process that uses traditional tools and naturally available materials. Both men and women participate in the soap production processes, thereby contributing to gender equality and inclusive economic development for the communities concerned. The evaluation body assesses that the nomination file explains various safeguarding measures, such as the support for small businesses involved in the traditional soap making, the production of articles and films of the element, and for providing training opportunities for the practitioners. The evaluation body considered that the nomination file meets all 5 criteria and therefore recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Gracias al órgano evaluador por su explicación. No hemos recibido pedidos de enmienda, por lo tanto, puedo solicitar al comité que adopte el proyecto de decisión sobre este expediente en su totalidad. Proyecto de decisión 19-7B8, adoptado. Tiene la palabra Palestina.
Madam President, distinguished members of the committee, I'm sorry, I'm very emotional. Excellencies, on behalf of the State of Palestine and its people, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to this esteemed committee for inscribing the tradition of Nablusi soap making in Palestine on the intangible cultural heritage list of humanity. I would like to thank the independent evaluation body experts for their endorsement of this item. My sincere thanks go to our international and local experts who diligently worked on this file, as well as our Minister of Culture and his team for their great work. Without the help of the communities and practitioners of Nablus, this file would not have seen the day. So thank you all. This recognition honors not just a craft, but 1,500 years old legacy, a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the people of Nablus. Nabulsi soap is more than a product. It's a connection to our land, crafted from pure olive oil and embodying the core of our identity. For generations, skilled artisans of Nablus have devoted their lives to preserve
intangible cultural heritage, to recognize and include Nablus soap, making tradition on the list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This is momentous day for us, for Nablus, for Palestine, especially at this critical time when our culture is at the highest risk of survival. There are the moments that give us pride and strength to continue in the preservation of our traditions and hope for a better future for our children. Thank you.
Examinemos la siguiente candidatura de Noruega y Suecia. Doy la palabra al órgano evaluador para que nos presente su informe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Sweden and Norway have nominated summer farming at Farbuk and Seta, knowledge, traditions, practices relating to the grazing of outlying lands and artisan food production. The evaluation body assessed that all 5 criteria were met for this file and wishes to commend the state parties for a well-prepared file that features strong participation of the relevant communities, groups and individuals in the overall nomination process, as well as for submitting an excellent supporting video. The nomination form provides details on the involvement of the various practitioners and communities in the different stages of the nomination process, including the information about working groups, meetings, and public events. In addition, the file demonstrated how summer farming contributes to various aspects of sustainable development, including food security, respect for natural resources, and environmental sustainability. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por esta explicación. No hemos recibido pedidos de enmienda, por lo tanto solicito adoptar el proyecto de decisión 19,7B9 en su totalidad. Adoptado. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Noruega.
Thank you, Chair, and dear delegates. On behalf of the state parties of Sweden and Norway, I would like to thank the committee for the decision to inscribe summer farming, called fäbod in Swedish and seter in Norwegian, on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. And let me express our gratitude to the evaluation body for recommending its inscrimination. For many centuries, farmers in Scandinavia have moved their livestock from their homesteads to distant summer farms in late spring. This agricultural practice has given rise to a rich and diverse culture, a complex and creative web of cultural and aesthetic forms of expression, like herding music, building tradition, food crafts, and storytelling. Today, these forms of expression continue to develop and spread through summer farming among its committed contemporary practitioners, sharing tradition across national borders and between generations. I would like to give special thanks to all the committed practitioners of fäbodbruk and seterbruk in both Sweden and Norway for your dedicated work. Your commitment is crucial and worthy all attention in order to keep the tradition alive as a living heritage. Let us now hear the NGOs who prepared the proposal together, Norsk seterkultur in Norway and Forbundet Svensk Fäbodkultur og Utmarksbruk in Sweden. They have made a video in which they would like to express their gratitude. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we, the summer farmers in Norway and Sweden, are incredibly grateful and proud to be included on this honorable list of important cultural heritage from around the world. This recognition means a lot to us. The summer farming culture is, in fact, much greater than ourselves, and we are committed to carry it forward. Now that we are inscribed on the list, it will give us more strength to continue working for summer farming in the future.
We have gone through an introspective journey into diversity of summer farming in Scandinavia. We have defined ourselves and articulated the values passed down through generations, and hopefully to generations to come. We have discussed, disagreed, and come to an agreement. There is no such thing as right or wrong tradition. We all have adapted the available resources and conditions and developed variations in usage, knowledge, and traditions. The kind of knowledge you cannot learn in a webinar or from a book, it's in our hands. Mostly, summer farmers were run by women who transferred the knowledge to their own or other people's children. It's based on the terms of nature and animals, and the biodiversity has been increasing in our footsteps through more than 1,000 years.
Even though we have become a lot fewer, live scattered, spread over a large area and 2 countries, we experienced strong participation in this process. We've also been given broad support from many parts of the society and understood that summer farming means a lot to many people. Tons of people in Sweden and Norway carry a piece of it in some way, through music, fairy tale, storytelling, knowledge about processing, animal care and pastoralism in outlying lands as a part of our common identity.
In the future, we want to share our knowledge. We'll protect, strengthen the summer farming through networks and gatherings, involve the youth with interns, educational programs, and summer farm visits. We will also seek collaborations with tourism operators and land administration to both protect and develop summer farming. There is still a great potential for quality food and experiences from the summer farms.
It is a joint work from many parts of the society that has nominated and inscribed summer dairy farming culture on the list. We are the ones who practice and preserve the living tradition of interaction between humans, animals, and nature. We are thrilled that the summer farming tradition in Scandinavia is now officially recognized by the UNESCO, and we are very grateful. On behalf of the summer farmers, thank you.
Felicitaciones. Yo quisiera pasar un verano en esas granjas. Bueno, examinemos ahora la siguiente candidatura, la de Siria, la artesanía del jabón de Gar de Alepo. Doy la palabra al órgano evaluador.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is submitted by the Syrian Arab Republic, which has nominated craftsmanship of Aleppo Gar soap. The crafting of the Aleppo Gar soap is based on traditional knowledge and skills that combine natural, locally produced olive oil and laurel oil. The knowledge and craft skills are transmitted informally within families and through mentoring between master and pupil. The file describes various safeguarding measures, such as the preservation of traditional cultural spaces, and demonstrates the strong links between intangible cultural heritage and tangible heritage. The nomination file also explained the contributions of the element to sustainable development, such as providing a source of income for communities, particularly the communities in the rural areas. The evaluation body would like to commend the State Party for nominating an element that promotes natural, environmentally friendly, and sustainable management practices of the land and resource use. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Propongo ir sin demora al proyecto de decisión 19.7B10 y aprobarlo en su totalidad. No veo objeción. Adoptado. Tiene la palabra Siria.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely proud to celebrate this inscription to the representative list. Indeed, Aleppo Ghar soap is a product of true innovation and creativity. Born from the union of olive and laurel oils and made by hands who continue to craft it with the same skill and reverence for generations. Aleppo Ghar soap is more than a product. It's a cultural emblem, a green cube embodying centuries of tradition. It reflects Aleppo's ancient streets, bustling souks, and a vibrant 12,000-year history, a living legacy of the Silk Road. It stands as a timeless testament to Syrian craftsmanship. This recognition comes at a critical time for Aleppo. Once a thriving beacon of culture and commerce, it has faced tremendous challenges: terrorism, coercive sanctions, and the recent siege by extremist Islamist forces. These adversities have endangered not only lives and livelihoods, but also Aleppo's cultural identity, which has stood as a cornerstone of its resilience. And therefore, today's inscription is far more than an acknowledgement of heritage. It is a beacon of hope and a symbol of Aleppo's unyielding determination to preserve its identity in the face of adversity. Every bar of Aleppo soap carries the names of the artisans who craft it, along with the courage of a people who refuse to let their culture fade. We honor these artisans today, alongside the stewards of olive and laurel trees, who have lovingly nurtured their lands, producing the precious oils that fuel the crafts of soap making, and in doing so, sustaining a tradition that has shaped the identity of our nation. They have given us not merely a product, but a legacy that stands as a testament to sustainability and solidarities, qualities that the world can learn from, especially today. In looking forward, we continue to work towards the future, a future where Syria's cultural traditions flourish in unison. From the soap makers and Qudud singers in Aleppo to other UNESCO-recognized crafts, each of them embodying the strength of our shared identity. A future where our cultural heritage is carried away by new generations who innovate while honoring tradition. A future where the resilience and ingenuity of our people serve as an inspiration for communities to rebuild and grow stronger together. At the forefront of this mission is Syria's First Lady, Asma al-Assad, who has championed cultural development as a cornerstone of our nation's revival, ensuring that our rich heritage remains a source of pride and inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, May today's inscription serve as a call to action to protect cultural heritage wherever it is and wherever it faces threats. And may the soap always remind you of the unwavering spirit of Aleppo, a city of resilience, beauty, and strength. A city that will not surrender its identity and will fight to keep its legacy alive. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
عمري هلا 25 سنة، عم بتعلم هلا صنعة الصابون غار اللي كانت دايما تذكرني بريحة جدي وهلا صارت تذكرني بأبوي. بعد ما توفى والدي دخلت على المصبنة وكانت بالفعل في حسرة كثير كبيرة بموضوع وفاته، وكان نحن فقدنا شيء كثير كبير وفقدنا يمكن حجر الأساس للمصبنة. الحرب للأسف أثرت علينا كثير وقطعت علينا الطريق لنوصل للمصبنة الأثرية الموجودة هون. بعد ما وقفنا سنتين أبوي ما حسن يكمل يقعد بدون شغل. فتح مصبنة صغيرة في الطابق الأرضي تبع بيتنا، عمل قدر صغير، عمل مباسط، وحاول قدر الإمكان يشتغل بالكميات المحدودة اللي كانت موجودة في وقتها. وبالفعل اشتغل تقريبا 4 سنين، حسنا ننتج إنتاج كثير منيح. يمكن أنا دراستي عمارة حببتني أكثر في المكان الموجود، كثير خلتني أفهم قيمته للمكان التراثية والأثرية الموجودة. فبدي قدر الإمكان أحاول إذا الله قدرني نرممه، نحاول نصلحه من أول وجديد ونرجع الإمكانية اللي كنا نشتغل فيها قبل وبنفس جودة قبل وأحسن بإذن الله. موضوع التوثيق هو مثل كان تذكرة للكل وللعالم كله فعليا بقيمة هذا التراث وقيمة هي المهنة اللي اشتغلناها وهي الحرفة اللي اشتغلنا عليها، وإنه هي المدينة ما في شيء بيوقف أبدا.
Felicitaciones, emocionante realmente este elemento. Pasemos al examen de la siguiente candidatura de Tailandia. Tiene la palabra el órgano de evaluación. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Tom Yum Kung, submitted by Thailand. Tom Yum Kung is a traditional prawn soup from Thailand. The related knowledge and skills, including the cooking, the selection of herbs and other ingredients, and the conservation of environment, are transmitted orally within families and at social and cultural gatherings. As the dish's popularity has grown nationally and internationally, it is now also transmitted through restaurants, organizations, schools, and universities. The evaluation body views that all 5 criteria are met and commends the state party for an excellent video, which displays broad consent from the communities concerned and demonstrates the participation of the communities in the nomination process and the identification of a comprehensive set of safeguarding measures. The safeguarding measures include river revitalization initiatives, environmental management programs, research and documentation, curriculum development, and various other measures. Therefore, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. El Buró no ha recibido pedidos de enmienda, por lo tanto solicito al comité que podamos adoptar el proyecto de decisión 19,7B12 en su totalidad. Adoptado. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Tailandia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Thai delegation, may I present a video of our Prime Minister, Paetongtarn Shinawatra, who would like to express her appreciation on behalf of the Royal Thai government and the Thai people. Please have a look.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, I'm truly honored to speak on behalf of the Royal Thai government and the people of Thailand on this very special occasion. First of all, allow me to extend our appreciation to the Republic of Paraguay for hosting this 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. I would also like to thank the evaluation body for their dedication, the committee for its decision to inscribe Tom Yam Kung on the representative list. And last but not least, the Secretariat for their hard work. The inscription of Tom Yam Kung has proven to be another example of the 2003 Convention's achievements in raising awareness about the importance of intangible culture heritage as a driver and a guarantee of sustainable development. Tom Yam Kung, a healthy dish, originates from fine-grained wisdom and practice of the riverside communities in central Thailand, has been passed down from generation to generation at every level of the society, be it families, communities, schools, and restaurants, before becoming renowned worldwide. For this, Tom Yam Kung has become a fine example and a testimony to our cultural heritage, forming part of the Thai soft power. This Thai dish also reflects a deep understanding of living in harmony with the nature, the use of herbs and their health benefits, freshwater prawn season and farming, protection of water, soil, and air resources, careful selection and preparation of the ingredients, and ultimately, the art of Thai cooking, which combines a good balance of flavors and nutrition. This knowledge and practice contribute not only to Thailand's food security, good health, and well-being, but also inclusive economic development, environmental sustainability, and social cohesion. Thailand is therefore fully committed to awareness, raising of the importance of ICH at the local, national, and international levels. We also welcome further collaboration with all countries to safeguard ICH as a resource for inclusive and sustainable development in the three areas, namely economy, society, and environment. On this occasion, we are delighted to invite all of you to experience Tom Yam Kung at Thai restaurants around the world, or find recipe online to experiment cooking Tom Yam Kung at your own homes and join the scrumptious and flavorful journey of its safeguarding. Thank you.
Thank you, UNESCO. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Felicitaciones a Tailandia y como una fan número 1 de la comida thai, me quedo pues con agua en la boca. Pasemos a la siguiente candidatura. De Túnez, Artes Escénicas del Pueblo Touajef de Vonten. Tiene la palabra el órgano evaluador para presentarnos su informe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Tunisia has nominated performing arts among the Touajef of Gubaton. The Touajef are troops of poets-singers affiliated with the Gubanton tribe in Tunisia. The troops perform chants or songs wearing white robes and scarlet caps. They are accompanied by the sounds of the traditional drum, chena. The element contributes to gender equality, inclusive economic development, peace, and social cohesion, while promoting a sense of cultural belonging. In addition, the nomination file explains the involvement of the communities through awareness raising, campaigns, meetings, training workshops, and the formation of a steering committee which included bearers and practitioners. The evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Pasemos entonces al proyecto de decisión 19,7B13 de Túnez. Propongo que podamos aprobarlo en su totalidad. No veo ninguna objeción. Adoptado. Tiene la delegación de Túnez la palabra. ¿Está presente en la sala la representación? No funciona el micrófono.
Que cambie el micrófono.
¿Pueden cambiar el micrófono, por favor? Al lado. ¿Tenemos de la sala técnica algún asistente, por favor, que pueda apoyar? ¿No hay nadie en el entorno que tenga un micrófono que funcione? Allá. Ahí va la ayuda. Para despertarnos en esta tarde.
Merci.
Muchas gracias. Adelante.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci au Paraguay pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'organisation idéale de cette 19e session. Merci à l'UNESCO et surtout l'organe d'évaluation des dossiers qui ont demandé l'inscription sur les différentes listes. Alors, l'élément tunisien, les arts des spectacles chez les Touajef Bonton, dit encore Jraïd l'Arab et Toualeb, est inscrit sur la liste représentative de l'humanité. Cet élément touche les catégories de PCI suivantes: les arts du spectacle comme les danses, les traditions et expressions orales comme les chansons, les pratiques sociales, rituels et événements festifs comme les mariages, et enfin les savoir-faire liés à l'artisanat traditionnel comme la fabrication de tambourins. Cet élément est lié à des communautés bien déterminées dans le gouvernorat de Médine, sud-est tunisien, mais il se propage dans toute la région du sud tunisien par la participation de cette taïf dans le mariage, et il se propage aussi dans toute la Tunisie, du nord au sud, à travers la participation des taïf dans les festivals culturels. J'ai commencé par les remerciements et je termine par les félicitations. Je félicite mon pays, le président de la République, le gouvernement et le peuple tunisien. Je félicite toutes les administrations publiques, nationales, régionales et locales pour le soutien de ce dossier. Je félicite tous qui ont participé à ce dossier. Les chercheurs, les enseignants, les universitaires, la société civile et les membres de TOIF et surtout les patrons dits REIS. Ce sont les trésors humains vivants qui ont assuré la transmission de cet élément d'une génération à l'autre. Enfin, je pense que les gens de Sidi Bou Makhlouf et d'Ibn Khdesh ne vont pas dormir cette nuit à cause de joie. C'est un élément de leur patrimoine culturel et matériel est devenu mondial. Merci.
من عام 57 حتى التو أنا ما زلنا موجودين. أنا عمري 90.
كان في يوم قبل كان 8 من الناس، معناها 8 من الناس الرئيس والأحسن تو بدينا نخدموا ب 10.
Au sud-est de la Tunisie, dans le vaste territoire de la confédération tribale pluriethnique des Ouargama, les Touaïb de Rbotten, troupes de chant et de danse, agrémentent les cérémonies festives familiales dans toute la région et même la débordant.
Dans le tissu social, régional et national. Ces troupes se produisent à l'occasion des cérémonies festives familiales, mais elles sont aussi sollicitées par les instances officielles pour animer les festivals culturels et toute autre manifestation.
Au départ du chef de groupe, le Raïs, pour animer une cérémonie de mariage, sa femme lui remet sa musette et asperge le sol d'eau derrière lui en un geste propitiatoire. Le spectacle est une mise en scène où le chant se mêle à la danse. Les poèmes sont déclamés ou chantés par deux lignes de chanteurs faisant chorus l'un à l'autre. Au rythme d'un tambour.
Felicitaciones. Quisiera hacer un comentario antes de pasar al siguiente elemento. Hemos avanzado bien y yo propongo que podamos tratar la mayor cantidad de elementos hoy. Tenemos algunos estados proponentes que tienen sus expedientes y han solicitado que sus casos se traten mañana, miércoles, como estaba previsto. Ellos son Vietnam, Tayikistán y Afganistán, Irán, Uzbekistán, que tienen sus elementos multipaís. Esto significa que después de Zambia, 7B17, pasaremos estos 3 expedientes y proseguiremos con Albania, Argelia, Azerbaiyán. Estos estados han aceptado los cambios y nosotros agradecemos su comprensión. Así que vamos a continuar. El siguiente proyecto es de Ucrania, Estonia, de Ucrania, el PISANKA. Propongo al órgano evaluador presentar su informe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is PSANKA, Ukrainian Tradition and Art of Decorating Eggs, submitted by Ukraine and Estonia. The element is deeply rooted among Ukrainians and is associated with Easter traditions. Other than Easter, the element plays a crucial role in various life events such as weddings, christenings, and memorials. The nomination file provided various safeguarding measures, including promotional and educational campaigns in both submitting states, research and documentation efforts, and the establishment of a scientific program for living heritage researchers. The file also explained that the inscription of the element will increase the interest in its practice and raise awareness about its symbols through research and learning. It will also support the element's integration into formal and informal education in the submitting states. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Podemos ver el proyecto de decisión 19,7B14 que propongo que podamos adoptarlo en su totalidad. No recibimos objeciones, por lo tanto, adoptado. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Ucrania. Adelante.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee, allow me to extend my deepest thanks to the evaluation body, to the Secretariat and all the delegates of this extraordinary opportunity to share the part of Ukraine's heart and soul with the world. For Ukraine, the inscription of Pisanka, Ukrainian tradition and art of decorating eggs, on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity is far more than just a recognition. It is a profound acknowledgement of creativity, resilience, and the unity of our nation. Pisanka, rooted in the ancient times, transcends generations, connecting Ukrainians across age, gender, and geography. It embodies shared values: peace, respect for cultural diversity, and freedom of expression. Yet today, Pisanka represents something greater, our unwavering spirit. As air-raid sirens wail and darkness descends upon us due to the attacks of our energy infrastructure, Ukrainians find relief and strength in our traditions. When the lights go down, hands still create. When fear approaches, hearts still hope. The ancient art of decorating eggs becomes a way to connect with our ancestors, feel the continuity of generations, and draw on the power of resilience passed down through centuries. Pisanka is not just an intricate piece of folk art. It is a living, breathing story, a story of survival, of creativity born from adversity, of beauty that refuses to fade even in the darkest times. For millions of Ukrainians displaced across the world, it is a link that binds us together, a reminder of home, of belonging, of the indomitable spirit that defines our nation. We express our profound gratitude to Estonia for its deep understanding of the essential connections between Ukrainians and their roots, and for its sincere commitment to preserving heritage as a cornerstone of cultural identity and resilience. Together, let us ensure that the tradition of Pisanka continues to prosper for generations to come. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Culture and Strategic Communication of Ukraine, Mykola Tachitsky.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, Cette manifestation d'une culture vivante est une source de durabilité et de vie, d'unité autour des valeurs communes telles que la paix durable, l'harmonie sociale, le respect de la diversité culturelle et la liberté créative pour chaque Ukrainien, quel que soit son lien de résidence. C'est un symbole d'espoir pour beaucoup d'entre nous aujourd'hui. L'espoir de victoire du bien sur mal, de la lumière sur les ténèbres. Elle fait partie de notre identité. L'inspiration de Pesanka, l'œuf de Pâques ukrainien, sur la liste représentative de l'UNESCO, est également important pour nous, car nous proclamons au monde entier que notre patrimoine vivant nous unit, nous donne un sentiment d'appartenance et incarne notre identité. Quel que soit l'endroit où les Ukrainiens se trouvent à cause de la guerre, quel que soit le pays où ils vivent, le fait de prendre une pesanka dans la main permet à chacun de se sentir et de savoir « Je suis ukrainien ». Cette nomination démontre le pouvoir patrimoine vivant qui nous unit même dans les circonstances extraordinaires. Les individus, les communautés et même les pays. Nous appelons tous ceux qui partagent notre foi de la pouvoir de la culture à travailler ensemble pour protéger et promouvoir le patrimoine vivant qui inspire les gens et aide à construire un monde fondé sur la compréhension et le respect mutuel.
Palabras de Estonia en este momento. Quisiera avisar, hacer notar a los técnicos de la sala que tenemos varios micrófonos con problemas. Si pueden revisar, por favor. Vamos a tener la intervención de la señora Margit Slin, coordinadora de Cultura del Programa Nacional de la Comisión Nacional de UNESCO de Estonia. Adelante, tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everyone for your patience. Now my mic is working. On behalf of Estonia, let me share our heartfelt joy on this inscription. Our delegation would also like to extend its gratitude to the tradition bearers and authorities of Ukraine for successfully coordinating the work on our joint nomination, even amidst the harsh reality of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. The nomination prepared jointly by Ukrainians living in Ukraine and Ukrainians living in Estonia shows that ICH is crucial for the identity and social cohesion of tradition bearers wherever they might live. Heritage does not stop at borders. The timing of inscription is particularly fitting as the year 2024 has been declared the year of cultural richness in Estonia. We cherish the cultural richness that is created collectively by all communities of our culturally diverse society. Thank you very much.
Felicitaciones a Ucrania y Estonia, por tanto. Ahora tenemos una presentación multipaís. Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Argelia, Bahrein, Egipto, Irak, Jordania, Kuwait, Mauritania, Marruecos, Omán, Estado de Palestina, Qatar, Arabia Saudí, Sudán, Túnez, Yemen, Argelia, Bahrein, ya repetí, Jordania, Yemen. Invitamos al órgano evaluador a presentar el informe de esta postulación. Adelante. Ahora no funciona el micrófono aquí.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Henna, Rituals, Aesthetic and Social Practices, submitted by United Arab Emirates, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, State of Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Tunisia, and Yemen. The element of henna is embodied through the arts, rituals, ceremonies, and social practices within all submitting states. Henna rituals have several social functions and cultural meanings and can be observed during the traditional events and important life events. The nomination file explains how henna contributes to various aspects of sustainable development, such as healthcare, social cohesion, and provides a source of income for farmers, merchants, and other people interested in its medicinal properties. In addition, the file explains the involvement of the communities in the nomination process. Each participating country established a working group comprising representatives of the practitioners and bearers of the element, including different ages and genders. There were face-to-face meetings as well as discussions and dialogues through social media. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body concluded that all 5 criteria are met and recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos el proyecto de decisión 19.7b15. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su conjunto. Adoptado. Y antes de dar la palabra al embajador permanente de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos en representación del grupo, quiero decir que 16 países unidos por un elemento común. Esa es la belleza del PCI. Tiene la palabra, embajador.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Distinguished delegates, we'd like to express our gratitude and appreciation on behalf of all submitting states of the multinational nomination Henna Rituals, Aesthetic and Social Practices. Joint multinational files highlight the cultural ties between peoples and strengthen the foundations of sustainable development and peace. This inscription recognizes the cultural significance of henna at the international level, and we hope to see it grow with more joining states from around the world. We acknowledge the active involvement of communities civil society organizations, and experts throughout the nomination process. The United Arab Emirates particularly appreciates the recognition of henna's role in social cohesion and in the sustainable use of local resources. We also extend our gratitude for the efforts made by the Arab League Educational, Cultural, and Scientific Organization within the 2003 Convention. Muchas gracias.
يا مرضى بالحنة بالتفوف، يا مخضى بالحنة بالتفوف، يا شره يا مدعوي العيان، شقيت قلبي منك بوصوف، وانا على لا ما اكسب قال يا سيدي ما فيك معروف، يصير بي تمسير الاحسان، يوم العرب يثني بالوصوف، بالعين لا شفته ولا كان، ضرب الضربة بين الستوف وبين مخطب بالبغوان.
The craft of henna is widely practiced by women and men of all ages and in many parts of the world. This practice is based on the henna tree, which has a long history of being cultivated and cared for. Henna trees are grown from seeds or cuttings. Henna is processed by leaving branches to dry in the sun for 5 to 7 days. The leaves are removed from the branches. There are many ways to grind the henna leaves, such as with a mortar and pestle. The ground leaves are then run through a sieve, usually made of gauze. It is then made into a thick dough, which is used to make decorative designs according to the various occasions, such as weddings. Henna is used to draw a variety of intricate designs on the hands and feet. To give henna its red color, a tint called dam al-ghazal, gazelle blood, or roselle powder.
صلاة سلام عليك يا حبيب الله محمد. مهلك على العروس تجليها، مهلك على العروس تزوجها.
It's worth noting that henna and its rituals have become an inspiration for artists in their drawings, paintings, and formative arts. The various uses of henna are accompanied by specific rituals, including chants, children's rhymes, folk songs, poetry, distributing sweets, and reciting poems, as well as spreading happiness and joy.
El siguiente elemento es presentado por Zambia, la danza Mawenwe. Pedimos al órgano evaluador que nos presente su informe, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Mangwangwe dance, submitted by Zambia. The Mangwangwe is a traditional dance that is performed by the Mambwe and Nangwangwa people of Zambia. Mangwangwe is a central cultural tradition reserved for weddings, funerals, and traditional ceremonies, including at the funeral and the burial of the chef. The element is also featured during political gatherings. The Mangwangwe dance fosters a sense of belonging and social cohesion among community members, enhancing social bonds. Gender equality is promoted through the involvement of both men and women in the dance. Various community representatives and NGOs actively participated in the meeting to express their support for inscription of the element. Meetings were also held with traditional leaders, communities, group leaders, and custodians as part of inventorying and nomination process. Following the dialogue process, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos entonces el proyecto de decisión 19,7B17 de Zambia, que propongo adoptarlo en su totalidad. Se adopta. Ahora cedo la palabra a la delegación de Zambia.
Madam Chairperson, we take this opportunity to thank UNESCO for the unwavering support rendered to Zambia as a member country. We appreciate the support that we have received throughout the past years. And we are also delighted, Madam Chair, for the mechanism of the response to queries in the file that has put in place. This mechanism has made it very easy in terms of clearing of files. Madam Chairperson, we also thank the evaluation body for recommending the Mangwengwe dance element for inscription. We further wish to thank the committee for inscribing the Mangwengwe dance on the representative list of intangible culture heritage of humanity. Madam Chairperson, this inscription means a lot to the practitioners of the element, the Mambwe and Namwanga people of Mbala and Nakonde districts of Northern and Muchinga provinces of Zambia. Madam Chairperson, even though the Mangwengwe dance is performed by both genders, Mangwengwe is mainly a female-led element, and its inscription represents the recognition of Zambian women's contribution to safeguarding of intangible culture heritage and ultimately an appreciation of diversity at both gender, age, level 2, which is meaningful to the women and girls of Zambia. The inscription also contributes a lot to the safeguarding efforts towards such and related elements in Zambia as a member country. It encourages us to invest more in capacity building, strengthening inventorying activities, and documenting, among others. Through this recognition, we will create more visibility of various elements by way of our national inventory register and other elements on the UNESCO representative list of the intangible culture heritage of humanity. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, Zambia is grateful to UNESCO and the ICH community for support and will endeavor to continue submitting files for inscription, as this increases the visibility of elements and also leads to increased financial and technical support in the safeguarding of such elements. Finally, Madam Chair, we still encourage UNESCO to continue supporting member states in capacity building and also inventorying and related activities. Once again, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias y felicitaciones nuevamente a Zambia. Pasamos al siguiente elemento presentado por Albania, la danza Kimi de Topoye. Pedimos al órgano evaluador que nos presente su informe, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next file is Kimi Dancing of Topoye, nominated by Albania. The Kimi dance is highly inclusive and adaptive in nature and is transmitted through observation and participation during social and ceremonial occasions. The file explains that the inscription of the element will promote living heritage practices among youths who tend to lose interest in local traditions, especially in lesser populated rural areas. Various safeguarding measures are in place to ensure the viability of the element. These include integration in school curricula and education programs. The nomination effort was an initiative by the communities in 2016, and various field trips and consultations were conducted in 2017, 2018, and 2021 as part of the preparations for the nomination file. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias. Vayamos al proyecto de decisión 19.7b19 de Albania. No tenemos ninguna objeción. Propongo que lo adoptemos en su conjunto. Se adopta. Y tiene la palabra la delegación de Albania. Adelante.
We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone in Paraguay and UNESCO involved in the organizing on the 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee. The warm reception and attentive support and hospitality have been deeply appreciated. It is truly encouraging to witness such an inclusive approach to the safeguarding and promotion of intangible cultural heritage, and of course highlighting its crucial importance. Please allow us to express our sincere appreciation to the evaluation body for its decision to recognize and inscribe in the representative list of intangible cultural heritage Kcimi I Tropojes, a significant element of the Albanian culture. We offer our deepest thanks to all of those dedicated their time, expertise, and passion to the meticulous research and preparation for the nomination of the Kcimi Tropojes. It is profoundly gratifying to witness the successful collaboration among the government, the NGOs, researchers, international support, and local communities whose collective efforts have made this important inscription possible. We sincerely hope that in Albania and beyond, wherever the Kcimi Tropojes is performed, it will continue to bring joy, freedom of expression, tolerance, foster social connections, and spread positivity. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Felicitaciones de nuevo a Albania.
The region of Tropoj is located in northeast Albania. It shares the border with West Kosovo and is part of the ethnographic region of Malësia Jacobus. Its people, a community of just over 20,000 living in the city of Baram Curi and surrounding villages spread throughout the Valbona River Valley, are the Tropoj. The vibrant living heritage of these communities is the much-loved dance called Kcimi Tropojes. Kcimi Tropojes is a joyful and dynamic dance performed all year round on multiple occasions, especially on important events in the life cycle, such as marriages, birthdays, and graduation ceremony. And very often, people just break into the dance spontaneously when enjoying themselves with relatives and friends. Kcimi Tropojes is an important part of the region's local events, festivals, competitions, and village celebrations. Being a free and energetic dance, Kcimi Tropojes, also referred to by the community as Valja e Tropojes, has gained a lot of popularity among young people. Even though the most common way of learning the dance is by observation and participation, there are classes inclusive of all ages organized to support the transmission of this heritage.
Hierarchisch kampanje dukluxuur de babaye.
Pasamos al siguiente elemento, Argelia. El traje ceremonial femenino en la región oriental de Argelia. Conocimientos asociados con la confección y la ornamentación de la gandoura o la melefa. El órgano evaluador tiene la palabra para presentarnos este elemento.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Algeria has nominated the woman's ceremonial costume in the eastern region of Algeria, knowledge and skills associated with the making and adornment of the gandoura and the malafa. The gandoura and malafa are traditional attires worn by women in eastern Algeria for festive occasions such as weddings, ceremonies, and national and religious festivities. The bearers and practitioners of the element include craftspeople working in workshops or at home, including weavers, seamsters, designers of motifs, ornamentation craftspeople, and traditional dressers. The nomination file presented various safeguarding measures. These include providing funding support for workshops and associations, organizing training programs, and improving access to raw materials for the craft. The community's role in planning and implementing the safeguarding measures were also well explained in the file. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the element on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Vamos al proyecto de decisión 19-7B20 de Argelia y propongo que podamos adoptar el proyecto en su totalidad. Se adopta. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Argelia.
Honorable Assistance, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Directeur Général adjoint à UNESCO Culture, permettez-moi de saluer Madame la Présidente pour votre conduite efficiente de nos travaux. Je remercie également le groupe d'évaluation pour son professionnalisme et sa rigueur. La délégation de mon pays se félicite de l'inscription du costume féminin de cérémonie dans le Grand Est de l'Algérie. Savoir-faire associé à la confection et à la parure de la gandoura et de la melhfa sur la liste représentative du PCI de l'humanité. Les communautés du Grand Est de mon pays et tout le peuple algérien vous remercient pour cette reconnaissance internationale de ce savoir-faire et de ce savoir se montrer au féminin. Maintenant, je vous prie le secrétariat de bien vouloir faire diffuser une allocution de Son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre de la Culture et des Arts, à l'occasion de cette importante circonstance historique qui montre bien la richesse de notre pays. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
سيدتي الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة أعضاء اللجنة الموقرة، المندوبون الأفاضل، اسمحوا لي أن أعبر لكم باسم الجزائر عن عميق امتناني للجنة الحكومية الدولية لصون التراث الثقافي غير المادي لمصادقتها على تسجيل ملف الجزائر المعنون الزي الاحتفالي النسوي للشرق الجزائري الكبير، معارف ومهارات خياطة وصناعة حلي التزيين، القندورة والملحفة، على القائمة التمثيلية للتراث الثقافي غير المادي للإنسانية. يعد هذا المكسب اعترافا دوليا إضافيا للتراث الثقافي الحي الذي تزخر به الجزائر عبر تاريخها. كما أعرب عن شكري وامتناني لهيئة التقييم على جودة تقييمها العلمي والدقيق للملف المحضر من طرف خبراء بلادي، وكذلك إلى أمانة الاتفاقية على عملها الاحترافي الرائع الذي يجعل من هذه الاتفاقية نموذجا حقيقيا يحتذى به في المشهد العالمي للحفاظ على التراث الثقافي وتعزيزه. إن هذه اللحظة التاريخية هي مصدر فخر كبير للجزائر، إلى جانب كونها أيضا شهادة على الدور المركزي لهذه الاتفاقية في الاعتراف وحماية التراث الحي الذي يوحدنا ويجمعنا جميعا، ويعزز ثقة الشعوب في مصداقية هذه اللجنة وموضوعيتها العلمية والتاريخية. إن هذا التسجيل الجديد يبرز أهمية التراث الثقافي غير المادي الذي لا يقتصر في إبراز قيمته على المقارنة فقط، بل يستمد قيمته من أصالته ومن ذاته ومن العقول والأنامل الجزائرية التي أنتجته وأبدعته، ويكتسب معناه الكامل من خلال تجذره في حياة الشعوب والمجتمعات. هذا الملف هو مثال متميز على ماهية التراث الحي، بما في ذلك صناعة الزي النسوي في الشرق الجزائري الكبير، وكذلك الحلي المرتبطة به وطريقة ارتدائه خلال الاحتفالات التي تنظم في مختلف المناسبات الاجتماعية للعائلة الجزائرية، والذي تحمل اسم تصديرها، والتي تمارس بصفة جماعية في جو من الفرح والبهجة وتتقاسمه الأجيال عبر الزمن. فباسمهم جميعا أقدم لكم اليوم جزيل الشكر على هذا الحدث التاريخي الهام، وهو تسجيل هذا العنصر في الذاكرة العالمية والاعتراف به. كما أود أن أؤكد من جديد عن التزام الجزائر بمبادئ اتفاقية عام 2003 باحترام التنوع والقيم المشتركة، وإننا نتشرف بالمساهمة في إثراء قائمة التراث الثقافي غير المادي للبشرية. اسمحوا لي سيدتي الرئيسة أن أعبر عن شكري لبلدكم الجميل باراغواي الذي يستضيف هذا الاجتماع ذو الأهمية العالمية والذي يجمع ويقرب شعوب العالم كل عام، وأن أجدد شكري لجميع أعضاء اللجنة على موضوعيتهم ودعمهم لنا. أيتها السيدات، أيها السادة الأفاضل، إنكم من خلال هذه التسجيلات المستمرة تساهمون في حماية العناصر الحية من تراث الإنسانية وتخلدونه في التاريخ، والأمر اليوم يتعلق بالزي الاحتفالي النسوي للشرق الجزائري الكبير، فشكرا لكم.
Felicitaciones de nuevo, Argelia. ¿Ucrania desea hacer alguna intervención?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Nous voudrions demander de donner la parole à la délégation du Maroc.
Perdón. Moción de orden. Argelia.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Nous apprécions beaucoup votre leadership. C'est une grande journée aujourd'hui, c'est une journée de fête. Tout le monde est content de nos inscriptions et nous souhaiterions vraiment garder cet esprit festif. Ce dossier a fait l'objet de plusieurs discussions et d'une médiation très très appréciée de la part du secrétariat. Et nous avions un accord afin que les choses se passent de plus smoothly du monde. Nous souhaiterions que cet accord soit maintenu. Et comme personne n'a pris la parole après les inscriptions, nous souhaiterions que cela reste de la sorte. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Gracias, Argelia. Quiero consultar a Ucrania si esto forma parte de un acuerdo o... Creo que honrando el espíritu de fiesta que reina hoy, debemos dar un aplauso a Argelia por inscribir el elemento y pasar al siguiente. El siguiente elemento es presentado por Azerbaiyán. La artesanía del tandir y el horneado de pan en Azerbaiyán. Damos la palabra al órgano evaluador para presentar su informe sobre este elemento. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Azerbaijan has nominated tandir, craftsmanship, and bread making in Azerbaijan. The element involves a set of traditional skills, processes, and knowledge related to the crafting and using of traditional pottery ovens known as tandirs, which are used in Azerbaijan to make bread and sometimes meat and poultry. Baking in tandirs is a ritual that strengthens social bonds and supports family and neighborhood ties. The element embraces a large number of oral traditions, beliefs, rituals, cultural functions, and meanings. The element contributes to sustainable development in the areas of promoting gender equality, livelihoods for families, and use of natural and local resources. The nomination file also provided clear explanations of the proposed safeguarding measures, such as awareness-raising actions and the establishment of an association of tandir craftspersons to support transmission efforts. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that the element be inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Pasamos al proyecto de decisión 19,7B21 de Azerbaiyán. Propongo que adoptemos la decisión en su totalidad. Se adopta. Tiene la palabra Azerbaiyán. Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the committee and its esteemed members for their decision regarding the inscription of Azerbaijan's nomination, Tandir, Craftsmanship and Bread Baking in Azerbaijan. This recognition not only highlights the rich cultural heritage of my country, but also underscores the importance of safeguarding and celebrating traditional craftsmanship which has passed down through the generations. At this point, Madam Chairperson, with your indulgence, I would like to invite the Deputy Minister of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mrs. Saadet Yusifova, to take the floor and share her remarks on this significant occasion.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to express our gratitude to the Republic of Paraguay for hosting the 19th session, as well as the distinguished committee members for the adopted decision. Also, I would like to thank Secretariat as well as Evaluation Body for the positive recommendation. I would like to congratulate the government and the people of Azerbaijan, as well as the tandir masters and the apprentices, bakers, women and men who are involved in all the stages of tandir crafting and bread baking. Tandir craftsmanship and bread baking is a set of traditional skills, processes, and knowledge related to crafting and using traditional pottery ovens, tandirs, and baking, using and sharing of bread. In Azerbaijani culture, tandirs hold a unique and cherished place. Baking bread in tandir is more than just a cooking method. It is the practice rich with spiritual, cultural, and even ecological significance. In an era marked by diverse baking techniques and a culture of consumerism driven by rapid technological advancement, often at the expense of environmental considerations, the traditional craft of tandir baking stands as a symbol of deep connection with nature, sustainability, and responsibility for future generations. This practice embodies values of organic simplicity and the preservation of heritage. It is these same values that lie at the heart of Azerbaijan's culture for climate initiative, which celebrates cultural practices, including culinary traditions like tandir baking, for their contribution to sustainable living. As part of this initiative launched during Azerbaijan's presidency of COP29 in Baku, we strive to highlight how cultural heritage can inspire innovative approaches to climate action and sustainability, emphasizing the role of cooking traditions in fostering resilience and ecological balance. Moreover, the active involvement of women in the tandir baking process extends beyond the physical labor involved. Women contribute not only their skill, but also their care, compassion, and dedication, transforming a simple act of baking into one of love and protection. The tandir bread lovingly prepared by grandmothers is cherished not merely as the result of physical effort, but as a testament to the nurturing roles women hold in their communities. This bread, infused with care and tradition, honors the essential role of women as custodians of heritage and conveys a sense of warmth and continuity across generations. Thank you for your attention.
Felicitaciones a Azerbaiyán por esta inscripción. Antes de pasar al siguiente elemento, quiero decirles que nuestra vocación democrática y sobre todo de respeto a las voces de todos los Estados partes de esta convención me lleva a dar la palabra a un Estado observador que ha pedido. Entonces le otorgo al representante de Marruecos puntualmente y brevemente hacer una intervención. Adelante.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, les membres du comité, les membres du secrétariat. Suite à l'adoption de la décision 7.b.20, et je tiens à souligner que nous ne voulons gâcher la fête pour personne, simplement rappeler un certain nombre de principes.
Perdón, delegado. Pido a la delegación de Argelia, el elemento de Argelia ha sido inscripto, Excelencia, hemos vivido un momento de felicidad. Esta es una decisión de la presidencia que decide otorgar la palabra al Estado observador y le pido que respete, por favor. Adelante, Samir.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Le Royaume du Maroc, qui partage les valeurs qui nous unissent au sein de cette organisation, réaffirme que cette convention ne peut en aucun cas faire l'objet d'exploitation ou d'instrumentalisation politique, comme le stipule l'acte constitutif de notre organisation. Si le patrimoine culturel immatériel œuvre au rapprochement des peuples, sa sauvegarde et sa promotion sont plus qu'essentielles pour préserver la souveraineté et l'intégrité culturelle de nos nations et la spécificité identitaire de nos communautés. L'esprit de compromis et de sagesse dont a toujours fait preuve le Royaume du Maroc ne peuvent laisser place à des manœuvres d'appropriation culturelle que rejette unanimement l'ensemble des États signataires de cette convention. Je tiens à leur adresser ainsi qu'aux membres du secrétariat mes plus sincères remerciements pour leurs efforts et leur interaction constructive avec la contestation introduite par le Maroc il y a déjà plusieurs mois pour l'utilisation de photos et d'une séquence vidéo concernant un élément du patrimoine immatériel du Royaume du Maroc. Mes vifs remerciements s'adressent également aux membres de l'organe d'évaluation ayant bien voulu proposer au secrétariat d'intégrer paragraphe 4 dans le libellé de la décision 7.b.com20, répondant ainsi à la contestation introduite par le Royaume du Maroc, rappelant que l'utilisation de la documentation d'appui, que ce soit photo ou séquence vidéo, n'implique aucune origine, appropriation ou propriété intellectuelle du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Étant conscient de l'impératif de neutralité que nous imposent les critères objectifs des directives opérationnelles, le Royaume du Maroc demeure convaincu de la place particulière que revêt l'histoire et la genèse des savoir-faire et leur préservation si importante pour nos communautés. Je cite en particulier l'exemple du caftan emblématique de la ville de Fès, avec ses multiples broderies animalières et florales, dont la photo a été introduite de manière un peu inexpliquée dans le dossier de l'État soumissionnaire et en déconnexion avec l'élément présenté pour inscription. Le caftan marocain faisant l'objet d'une candidature d'inscription au titre du cycle 2025 est mondialement reconnu pour sa beauté et son savoir-faire unique qui le façonne depuis plusieurs siècles, fait l'objet de tentatives malheureusement d'appropriation. On ne peut prendre des libertés avec des réalités patrimoniales factuelles, sachant que, contrairement à ce que croient certains, l'enjeu de la propriété ne relève pas de l'UNESCO, mais d'autres organisations internationales. Pour conclure, Madame la Présidente, je souhaite renouveler mes plus sincères gratitudes pour les efforts positifs déployés par l'ensemble des États membres, le secrétariat et l'organe d'évaluation, afin de faire prévaloir l'esprit d'unité, de respect et de préservation des valeurs communes qui nous unissent. Merci encore une fois, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Merci.
Proseguimos con nuestros elementos. ¿Hasta ahí? Señoras y señores, hemos llegado al final de la sesión de hoy. Permítanme recordarles una vez más que hoy y en los próximos días tendrán lugar eventos paralelos. Los verán ahora en las pantallas. Para más detalles, consulten el calendario de actos disponible en el sitio web. Tengo un mensaje que me pedían pasar hoy, justamente. La Secretaría de Cultura invita a compartir una ronda de tereré. El tereré frente al archivo, en el Archivo Nacional de Asunción, y quienes se encuentren hospedados en el centro de Asunción, en el centro histórico, pueden pasar a vivir esta experiencia que es compartir una ronda de tereré. El tereré es un patrimonio cultural inmaterial paraguayo que significa compartir. Es una bebida que aplaca el intenso calor, es una bebida fría. Por tanto, les invitamos a llegar hasta este lugar del Archivo Nacional. Los buses que van al Archivo Nacional de Asunción son los que trasladan al Hotel Palmaroga y al Granados Park. Esta invitación está hecha. La mesa se reunirá mañana a las 9 de la mañana en la sala 9 de julio de la primera planta del Centro de Convenciones de la Conmebol. Les pido que los vicepresidentes y vicepresidentas, así como nuestra relatora, lleguen a la hora para que podamos comenzar en el horario previsto. La reunión de la mesa está abierta a los observadores. Dicho esto, la sesión plenaria comenzará mañana a las 9:30 en punto. Les ruego que lleguen a tiempo y declaro clausurada la sesión de hoy. Muchas gracias. Hasta mañana.